Dennis is somewhere trying. Morning, Commissioner. Good morning.
Good morning.
I want to take the opportunity to welcome all the institutions here and press and all the other representatives here today, and I'm also going to have the opportunity to welcome 3 new board members to our board, which is going to be an honor for me to do that today. As we begin our meeting today, one of the reminders I give to our board members, especially our new board members, as well as all of our guests, is that this is being broadcast via live internet, and so we always want to remember that. Before we start today, we really there's what I'd call good and bad news. We lost 3 wonderful board members at the end of August who finished their terms out, and we recognized them in our last quarterly board meeting. The good news is that we have we're honored to have received 3 new board members appointed by the governor, and I'd like to tell you a little bit about all 3 of them and give each of them just a couple of minutes to also introduce themselves. The first one is Durga Agrawal, and Durga is out of the country, so you can't personally get to meet him today, but Durga is from Houston, Texas, and he is a Chief Executive Officer of Piping Technologies, and I think he's going to bring great experience to this board. He got his undergraduate education at the University of New Delhi, and I think that's going to be a great asset for us in the board, because as we look out beyond 2015, one of the things we're going to be looking is not just how do we bring Texas higher education to parity with other key states in the country, but also how do we really begin to bench ourselves internationally, and I think Durga is going to bring great strength to us in that. He also has great experience in higher education here in the country. He's been very involved at the University of Houston, been very involved in the industrial engineering program there, and has also been involved with the Rice University. So we're excited to welcome him. Next board meeting, or at least next committee meetings, each of y'all will have the opportunity to meet him. The second board member I'd like to introduce to you is Dr. Dennis Golan. And Dennis comes from Carthage, Texas. He has a very successful optometry practice there. Serves not just Carthage, but he and I were talking last night, really several surrounding counties out of Carthage. And I will tell you, I think Dennis could be a great asset to this board. Many times, I remember when I came on the board 5 years ago, I really had to sit and really listen quite a bit to get up to speed. We're very fortunate in Dennis in that he has just finished a term as a regent at the University of Houston. So he brings, a great experience of higher education, especially four-year academics. But what you combine with that is he has also served as a trustee at Panola County Community College. And I tell you, that is a great combination for us as we begin to look at student success and student outcomes, and he brings a great knowledge of that. So Dennis, we're delighted to have you here and the contributions you're going to make, and would you like to make a few comments?
Let me say a few words before we start the meeting. I'll make it brief, believe it or not. I have spent 3 days down here already, one day going through an orientation session, and I have had the distinct privilege for a number of years. I've served 21 years on the Board of Trustees of Panola College, and I served 8 years as chairman of that board. By the way, I can't go without introducing a gentleman who is president of Panola College, and I would like to ask him to stand if he doesn't mind. I'm sure he's going to clobber me over the head. Dr. Greg Powell has been with our college for 10 years and has done a wonderful job, and it was very pleasing to me to walk in today to see him here. It's always nice to see familiar faces, particularly when you're in a new environment. And then I've had the privilege over the last 6 years. I serve concurrently on the Panola College Board of Trustees as well as the Board of Regents at the University of Houston. I had to give up my seat on the Panola board in order to serve this board. I told Whit last night that after the first day of orientation, which was pretty grueling, we put in I think 7 or 8 hours, Wallace, I, and Durga, and it was very informative. But I walked out into the parking lot and looked up to the heavens and said, "God, just what in the world have I got myself into now?" Jokingly. But the next 2 days were meetings, closing the gaps, and strategic planning. And I've said this several times, and perhaps this may be the last time I say it, because I know Whit and some of the board members have heard it several times. Very, very impressed in not only what this board has already done, but impressed in terms of the direction that they are going. And so I'm very, very confident that my term over the next 6 years will not be wasted. It'll be time well spent on a cause that is all near and dear to our hearts, and that's educating the young minds of this state, making sure that our state stays globally competitive, and particularly focus on student success initiatives. The only thing in the world that's constant, I heard many years ago, is change. And I can assure you we're in an environment now that is changing very, very quickly in the area of higher education. I have had the pleasure last evening of having a very nice dinner with my fellow board members, and I enjoyed that, appreciated Whit the opportunity to get to know you guys a lot better. I'm beginning to get names down a little better. I told people when I got on this board, usually it takes me asking about 5 or 6 times before a name sinks in. This old 56, I can't remember whether I'm 56 or 57. I've lied so much over the years. I really honestly can't tell you unless I sit down and really figure it out. But somewhere between 55 years old and 60-year-old brains sometimes don't remember names very well. So those of you that I have met this morning, I'm just going to have to ask until it sticks. And don't, I want to know people's names, even some of the staff people. I'm in the early stages of learning their names and how they function and how they fit into the coordinating board. But got a little learning curve here, but I think with the help of the board, and they've been very supportive. Raymond, you've been very helpful along with the rest of the staff, and for that, I think this transition onto this board is going to be very almost seamless. Thank you.
Thank you, Dennis. Appreciate it. The third board member I'd like to introduce is Wallace Hall, over to my left. And Wallace is from Dallas, Texas. And he is president of Wetland Partners and is very active in the oil and gas industry up in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. He is, I'm glad to say that he is, we've added another THECB to the board. We were getting a little heavy with Aggies for many years, and so I'm
quality upgrade.
Yeah, I'm delighted to bring Wallace on the board. Wallace is going to bring great expertise to the board too, and he is one of our focuses, as everybody in this room knows, is the P through 12 sector and our collaboration with them. He has the honor of serving on the St. Mark's School Board at this point in time in Dallas, and I think you'll bring great experience in really understanding that P through 12 and helping us make sure that we do collaborate effectively. And we're delighted to have you, Wallace, and welcome you to make any comments.
Thank you. First, I want to say thank you to the governor for the opportunity to serve on this board and serve the state of Texas. I'm very excited to be here. A little daunted by the weight of the agendas that seem to come all too often. And I also want to thank our Chair Whit and Vice Chair Fred and my fellow board members. Really enjoyed getting to know y'all, and I look forward to working with Raymond and his staff, who come very highly touted and obviously have quite a bit on their table. And I'm looking forward to hearing ideas from the various systems through the state, because you guys are really on the front line of teaching the youth as well as the young adults, older adults returning through the higher ed process here. And I want to constantly remind myself of who our who our clients are, who we're serving, and that it is the youth and the adults of Texas that want and desire and hopefully deserve the opportunity to better themselves. So I'm thrilled to be here, very excited about what this board's been doing the last few years, and look forward to learning more. So thank you.
Thank you, Wallace. Appreciate it. Before jumping the agenda, I would like to take the opportunity to make a special recognition. And many of you in the audience are aware of this, but we have had the honor of recognizing the Texas Retailer Association for the past several years for the support that they have provided financially to Texas grants. And as all of us are aware, the state legislature did a absolutely phenomenal job in recognizing the need for financial aid this past session, as evidence that financial aid for the first time in the history of the states could be over $1 billion this biennium. And that's the good news. The bad news is that still we're just barely covering 50% of those eligible students who need financial aid. And one of the efforts that obviously we've done is how do we work with the private sector and recognizing that need. And Texas Retailers has done an absolutely fabulous job. They have recently made another gift, bringing their total gifts to the Texas Grant Program of almost $1,100,000, $1,095,000. Their most recent gift was for $225,000. And what I'd like to do is I'd like to ask Ronnie Vokening to come up, and who's president of Texas Retailers. I'd like to present him with a plaque and ask him to make a couple of comments, because this is evidence of what collaboration with the private sector can do. And we're just so appreciative to him, and I'm going to ask him to sit down in my chair and make comments. And I told him if he wants to stay here the rest of the day, he's more than welcome to do that. But please join me in congratulating him.
Thank you very much. I have to say, first off, I apologize for my appearance today. I got into a knife fight with the dermatologist yesterday, and he won. But he promised me I'd look much more handsome in short order. So I'm looking forward to that. So we'll see how that works out. I also feel a little guilty about accepting this for two reasons. One, because it's the contribution of my members that made the gift possible, and also that we feel as an association that this is a gift or a contribution of, we hope, enlightened self-interest. Depending on the source that you look to, most people say either 1 in 9 or 1 in 10 jobs in Texas are retail-oriented. And these are very challenging times for the retail industry, and I'm not just talking about the economy. I'm talking about the changing face of the retail marketplace. And so the members of the Texas Retailer Association recognize the very serious need for an educated workforce that's educated in the specific skills and changing skills that retailers require. So this is just an opportunity for us to try to assist the job that you all do to educate our young kids coming through school, particularly those that wish a retail-oriented career, to support them. I'm told that the contribution this year of $225,000 will support 143 students to continue their education and complete their education, and we're excited about that. But I also feel like the conversations we've had with Raymond and Arturo and Mark just recently too indicates our view is that this is our 5th year of this contribution program, and it's my 2nd year at TRA. I hope that this is just the beginning of what will be an ongoing program that we grow both in the dollar contributions but also in the communication and dialogue that goes on between my members and your board and the participating colleges and universities, because there's much we can learn and much we can do to support each other to continue to ensure that we have an educated workforce that supports the thriving Texas economy we enjoy today. So on behalf of the Texas Retailers Association and the Texas Retailers Educational Foundation, I thank you very much for this recognition today. Thank you very much.
I would like to take the opportunity also before proceeding with the agenda to recognize our new presidents and chancellors in the audience. And after I finish this, if I've missed somebody, please don't be bashful. I hope we've picked everybody up, and I'd encourage you to stand when I read your name. Mary Spangler, who's Chancellor of Houston Community College District. Robert Nelson, who's President-Designate for University of Texas Pan Am. Welcome. Charles Sorber, Interim President, UT Pan American. Okay. Ricardo Maestas, who's the incoming president of Sul Ross State University, and I know Charles Matthews wants to say a word about Ricardo, so.
Served the system at Sul Ross for almost 32 years. As president of that university, the challenge to replace him. I think we've done a really good job with the boards in the next year. Estes will do an excellent job there. Thank you for welcoming.
Thank you, Charles. David Cockrum, interim president, Sul Ross State University. David, welcome. William Flores, president of U of H downtown campus. John Price, University of North Texas, Dallas. Gary Ross, interim president, Texas A&M Central Texas. Okay. Maria Hernandez Fiera, interim president, Texas A&M University, San Antonio. And also Dr. David Watts, who's president of UT Permian Basin, and I know he's here. We're going to get a presentation from David. Welcome back, David. Glad to have you here. I want to just mention, and I mentioned this at our last board meeting, but this is coming up quickly. Our next annual Texas Higher Education Leadership Conference is scheduled for December 3rd and 4th, and the invitation letters, I think Mary Smith will be going out today or tomorrow, I believe. And I really encourage everybody to be there. As y'all remember, this is an opportunity to bring in our new regents from around the state of Texas, and they to get training. But I think this year is going to be a great opportunity for institutions as well as regents across the state to come in and hear some very interesting presentations, because it's going to really be focused and centered around the governor's executive order on cost efficiencies. We're going to be talking a lot about student outcomes. We're going to be talking a lot about what other states are doing. We have a great representative coming down from Ohio, and they've put together performance funding up in the state of Ohio. And so I would encourage you to put it on your calendar. It's going to be in Dallas, Texas. Invitations will be going out. I think it'll be a very informative meeting, and look forward to seeing each of you there. At that luncheon, we will also have our third annual State of Higher Education luncheon, where we will recognize our Star Award recipients, which has been a tradition for the past several years. And again, that's one of my favorite times of year, because we learn so much of what the best practices are around the state. So it'll be an opportunity for you to see some of that while you're here too. And our distinguished speaker will be Commissioner Perez. So we look forward to that. With that, I would like to turn to approval of the minutes. Each of you should have received a copy of our July 29, 2009 board workshop minutes. And could I have a motion for approval of those?
So moved.
So moved by Dr. Golden. Second. Second. All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. All opposed by the same sign. Motion carries. The second set of minutes each of you should have been provided was a copy of the July 3rd, 2009 board meeting. Could I have a motion for approval of those minutes?
So moved.
Ms. Mendoza, second. By Mr. Hall. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed by the same sign. Motion carries. Next item on our agenda is the consent calendar. Again, I will say this as a reminder, especially for our new board members. We try to be very diligent in putting items on our board book on the consent item, those things that have been discussed at length in committee meetings, or it might be rules that have been put out for comment where we have not gotten back substantial comments. We have given you, I think, a revised copy of our consent calendar, the green sheet sitting at each of your places. But any board member at this time can request that an item come off the consent calendar if they'd like to. Is there any item that a board member would like to remove from the consent calendar? Okay. If not, could I have a motion to approve the consent calendar?
So moved.
By Dr. Golden. Could I have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Hinton. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed by the same sign. Thank you. The next part of our meeting is our major policy discussion. And this is going to be a especially relevant discussion today. We have two guests with us today, and okay, I've been reminded by something. What were the three items? 6Q, 2, 3, and 4. Okay, we're going to back up a minute, okay? We were going to remove, I thought we'd do that.
In your script, not my script.
It wasn't in mine. I thought we were going to remove those during the course of the meeting, but
Well, that's why they have to come off consent.
okay. So we're supposed to, there's proposed to remove 6Q. Which ones were they, Fred?
6Q, items 2, 3, and 4.
2.
Proposed rule changes 2, 3, and 4.
Okay. Put that in the form of a motion. Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we remove retroactively from the consent calendar agenda items 6Q2, 6Q3, and 6Q4.
Okay, motion by Mr. Heldenfeld. Can I have a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Phillips. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed by the same sign. Okay. Is there any other ones I've forgotten? I hope not. Okay. As I was saying, the next major section of our board meeting is the major policy discussion. And as each of you is aware, the governor has issued an executive order for a cost study, cost effectiveness, and how recommendations that can be made for that for higher ed in the state of Texas. Under that order, we are asked to make a report, and I think it's in Commissioner by the fall of 2010, in November of 2010. And in that process, even before the governor's executive order was issued, our vice chairman, Mr. Heldenfeld, for probably the last 6 months, has been talking about cost efficiencies and in our strategic planning committee, and has encouraged us to look at what is called lean manufacturing. And if you don't know what lean manufacturing is, you'll learn a lot about it. But it's the looking at processes that drive out waste and produce higher, more productive organizations, whether it's state government, whether it's corporations. We learned from Mr. Heldenfeld that this was initiated back in 2004, I guess, in the state of Iowa. And Mr. Heldenfeld has introduced us to two individuals, Gary Auerselt and Teresa. And Teresa, is it McMahon or McMahon? McMahon, okay. McMahon from the state of Iowa. And I'd ask y'all to come up. I'm going to introduce y'all and sit at the head table. But they're going to come up and try and give us a summary of the work that has been done in Iowa and what lean government collaboratives look like. Let me tell you a little bit about Gary. We had dinner with both these individuals last night. Gary currently serves as Chief Executive Officer of TBM Consulting Group. And in this role in TBM, he works with clients, governmental clients, and other clients in helping to implement this process in those organizations. I know that he had a great deal of your past experience was in the aerospace industry. So you've been also in private industry, and we welcome him here, and I know that he's had a relationship with Mr. Heldenfeld, so welcome to you.
Thank you.
Teresa McMahon. Teresa has come all the way from the state of Iowa, which we're deeply appreciative for, to come spend this time with us. She currently serves as the Performance Results Director of the Iowa Department of Management, and In that role, she is responsible for the performance management and the executive branch in the state of Iowa, and that includes the implementation of these, what I'd call this lean planning and processes. It's my understanding, as I said, that y'all began this process in 2004, and prior to that time, she's had numerous positions in state government. The thing I picked up at the front end when she walked in last night is she has the distinct pleasure of co-heading the implementation of the American Recovery and Reinvestment Act for the state of Iowa. So I introduced her immediately to Arturo Alonso last night and the role he has been handed in this process, and I think they exchanged stories on that and comparisons. But we're delighted to welcome both of you here, and we're looking forward to hearing the results of the work that you've done in Iowa and maybe how we can take some of that and implement it in the work that we're going to be doing under the governor's executive order. So welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Can you hear me okay? I don't feel comfortable with my back to most of the people, so I'm going to sit sideways.
You look good in profile anyway.
Well, my name is Gary Auerselt. About almost 30 years ago now, I found myself in charge of a manufacturing company that made exhaust systems for Arvin Corporation, and I was real excited about taking that job. And third day on the job, my assistant came and said, "There's 3 Japanese fellas in the lobby who want to talk to you." And I said, "Oh, great, maybe they're customers." So in they came, and one fellow was a guy directly from Japan, from Toyota, and the other 2 guys were also from Toyota, but plants in the U.S. And I found out quickly that Arvin was a supplier to Toyota, and that the performance of the plant I had just taken over had caused Arvin some trouble, which in turn caused Toyota some trouble, and the guys from Toyota were here to straighten me out. The next 6 months of my life, I will tell you, were both the worst and the best. I spent all 6 months in Japan learning from the people who were the fathers of the Toyota production system, which is where lean came from. And I lived a Spartan life. I lived a life of every day feeling very small and uneducated and ignorant about the ways of manufacturing. But I came back with a lot of knowledge and a lot of experience on how to implement lean in my plant. About 2 years later, after I looked at what we'd accomplished and I looked at the people who were working for me and I talked to them, I found out that the greatest advantage to what I had done was I had really shown respect for the people who worked for my company. They appreciated so much the opportunity to help improve the processes they were involved in, and also to be able to come to work every day and know that the work they did was really adding value to what we were trying to do and not just a bunch of waste. My passion for lean grew from there. That respect of people is what caused it. And I eventually, after a long career in another company, joined TBM Consulting Group, which is the company that I work for and partly own. And since that time, I've consulted on the principles of lean with all kinds of different manufacturing companies, all kinds of hospitals, government entities, banks, insurance companies, food and beverage manufacturers, healthcare providers, and the same passion rings true, that people who get involved and implement the principles of lean get so much respect from it and so much appreciated. So I found my passion in life, and I do it every day. And I met Fred Heldenfels through this same consulting firm and working with his firm. And it's been a great ride. So that brings me to now. And sitting here talking to the people in the state of Texas and this particular government board, I can tell you that the passion to see you do something like this is inside me. And I could talk all day about lean. I could talk all day about TBM. But I think more importantly, I think you'd like to hear from a practitioner, someone who's actually gone down the path in state government. So before I introduce Teresa to you again and let her tell you the story of Iowa, I want to give you just a little bit of education. After all, it is an education board about lean, and probably most of what you need to know. Most people, when they think of lean, they think of manufacturing. In fact, it was introduced as lean manufacturing. Actually, it's just a name. There are 4 underlying principles that are lean. The first one is one by one, meaning the work you do is not piled up in batches, it's not grouped, it's everything is done in a one-by-one flow. That's the first principle. The second principle is the work of one person or one machine or one piece of equipment. And what that means is that work is broken down in the elements of the work of one person and standardized around the least wasteful way of doing it. So the idea of one by one and the work of one person, and this work of one person concept is where the respect comes from, you would see. The third one is defect-free, which I think everybody can relate to. I don't think there are many organizations that are perfect in this regard, but a lot of time is wasted redoing things because they aren't done right the first time. So build the work of one person in a way that can be defect-free. And then the last thing is binary communication. And by that simply means the outcome of all work, it's good or it's bad, it's yes or it's no. It's binary. There's no gray areas that maybe or close or anything like that. So those 4 principles are really what comprise the lean system, and the way to implement it comes from experience. You have to join with someone who's been through the experience of implementing lean to be able to do it the first time, because understanding the principles is one thing, actually doing it takes experience. So with that, I bring you to someone who has the experience of implementing lean in the state government. And so Teresa, I'll turn it over to her. This is probably the best person in the United States that could be talking to you about this. We've worked with several other states. We've had other consulting companies work with states beyond that. There's no one in the country who's as knowledgeable, passionate, and as effective at implementing lean as Teresa and her group in the state of Iowa.
Well, thanks, Gary. I'm going to talk a little bit about how Iowa got into using lean in state government, what it's meant for us, and allowing plenty of time for questions. I need to, whoops, okay. Okay, sorry about that. Maybe I'm hitting the wrong thing here. It's a real pleasure to be here in the great state of Texas. Of course, I have to take the opportunity to tell you at least a little bit about Iowa. Usually when I listen to private sector companies speak, they talk about we were established in 1897 or 1956 or whatever the case might be. So I've begun to note that the state of Iowa was established in 1846. And for those of you that don't know, Iowa means land between 2 rivers. And I think that's beautiful. We have about 3 million people, quite a bit smaller than Texas, of course. Although we're the 3rd most productive agricultural state in the nation, our primary employers are actually insurance, manufacturing, and financial management. And we are home of the World Food Prize, the Nobel of the quest to end hunger. Iowa state government, we have about 20,000 executive branch employees in 30 to 35 agencies. One of the things that is a real challenge for us, and I think has been an eye-opening thing for people like Gary, is how many individual revenue streams we deal with. Many times it seems like as we try to experience savings in one area, we are not able to move them to a different area because they're very well-defined revenue streams. We don't have a lot of flexibility in many instances. About 2/3 of all our state employees are covered by a union contract. Well, Gary already talked a little bit about lean. I had to put this in here. It is about taking out waste, improving quality, but I included this because it has my favorite definition of lean, and that is that it's really common sense, uncommonly applied. Lean is about going after those quick and simple solutions. We tell all of our teams at the beginning of an event that their budget for the week is $1.50. It's not about throwing money at a problem. It's about harnessing the creativity of people. And many times when you hear the particular result or solutions that come out of an event, you think, well, duh, I could have thought of that. But it's a very specific methodology in terms of how we go about getting to those things. It lets us see things in a way that we never get to otherwise. These are just some of the lean tools that we have most commonly used. Value stream mapping really gives you a high-level view. I like to think of value stream mapping as that aerial view of the Mississippi. We're looking at it from the headwaters in Minnesota to the Gulf of Mexico, and we can see the entire value stream chain. For example, we have a value stream mapping event coming up that is going to look at floodplain management for the entire state. So whether that's permitting or mapping or watershed management, it's going to look at every aspect. Kaizen events, on the other hand, if our value stream map is that aerial view, a Kaizen event, we're looking at just Lock and Dam 10 to Lock and Dam 11, for example. Goes in much more focused on one particular process, goes very deep, actually put up the very specific steps of a process on the wall, makes the waste visible, is something that really lets us pinpoint what's going on in that process. Design for Lean Six Sigma, we've used this a number of times when we've wanted to create a new process or a new product. We are able to move from a concept, whether that's an executive order from the governor or just a brainchild of someone within a particular agency, from that concept to very specific details. How is this program going to work? What's going to be the timeline? Who's going to be involved? Who's going to do what? We can do that in a matter of days as opposed to a planning process that would typically take us weeks or sometimes months. And 5S, which is really a fundamental of Lean, it is really about a highly efficient workplace. It makes it's a foundational tool for other aspects of Lean. In the spring of 2003, the Iowa Department of Management was approached by a coalition of businesses, private sector companies in Iowa. These were companies like Rockwell Collins, major avionics supplier, Pella Corporation, a maker of windows and doors, HNI, make Han, some of you might know Han, maker of office furniture. They were all practitioners of Lean, and they were part of one of 4 hot teams that had been created by the Iowa Coalition for Innovation and Growth. This was an effort from the Iowa Business Council. The Iowa Business Council is the 20 largest employers in the state of Iowa. They decided that there were particular areas that the state should really address in order to grow and prosper economically. So they were things like advanced manufacturing, entrepreneurial development, healthcare, and one of them was business development processes. They formed a hot team around each one of these 4 areas. The hot team on business development processes wanted to improve those key business development processes that were viewed as business barriers to growth in Iowa. So they had surveyed companies in Iowa, said of all the processes in state government, which one most hinders your ability to do business in this state? The answer that came back was a particular permit in the Department of Natural Resources, an air quality permit called a new source construction permit. If you're a manufacturing plant, you have to put a new paint booth in, for example, you had to get one of these particular permits. At the time, the department was issuing about 2,000 of those permits annually, and it was taking an average on 62 days from the time an application was received until a permit was issued. One of the fastest turnaround times in the country. But from the customer perspective, the businesses saw that as a problem. What was really markedly different when they came to the Department of Natural Resources as the regulatory agency is that rather than simply coming in and saying, we have a problem, we would like you to fix it, they came in and said, we use a methodology in our own companies, and it works so well for us, we think it'll work for you as well. We are willing to pay to bring in an external consultant and run a Kaizen event for you. That consulting firm happened to be TBM, and that's where our relationship began. Now, we didn't have anything to lose, really, except a week's worth of staff time. It was not going to be any cost for us, so we said yes. I mentioned that those permits took an average of 62 days on average, and that was one of the fastest turnaround times in the country. So there was a lot of resistance on the part of our staff. You don't understand, we're government, it's different, this is a lean manufacturing thing, it's a business thing, it's not going to work here. We pushed ahead. At the end of the week, they had designed a process that took an average of 12 days. In 6 months, the backlog of 600 applications had been entirely eliminated. And we began to see some different thinking, at least in that one part of the department that dealt with air quality, that maybe, in fact, it was possible to make changes. The private sector businesses came back to us after that 6 months, and they said, we'd like you to make a commitment to go forward and implement lean. Again, at that time, they were just talking about that one agency. They said, we'll work with you, we'll mentor you, we'll partner with you, we'll help you. We made a positive answer to that commitment. Some of our private sector companies kind of partnered up with particular agencies. It started in the Department of Natural Resources, but once we found out how much it worked for us, we really began to share that with other agencies. So that public-private partnership that we developed was really tremendous. And once the Department of Natural Resources began to get some experience and some ability, sharing that with our other agencies really began to make a significant difference. In 2005, then Governor Vilsack decided that he wanted to see lean implemented throughout the executive branch. So at that point, we moved our center of lean support from the Department of Natural Resources to the Department of Management. The Department of Management is the governor's budget and performance oversight agency for the executive branch. So at this point, then, we really had a greater ability to reach out to our executive branch agencies and support our effort. With the assistance of our private sector partners, we were able to get legislative support in 2006 and get our first FTE to support an Office of Lean Enterprise. I mentioned that again, that had our partnership with the private sector, because that was really critical. In 2005, the Department of Natural Resources had attempted to get legislative support for an FTE to implement lean. On the House Appropriations side, their response was, well, if you're experiencing all of these efficiencies, and evidently you don't need as much money, and they cut our budget. To which our director said, proof that no good deed goes unpunished. Now, we were able to get that cut restored on the Senate Appropriations Committee, but as you can imagine, it made us a little gun-shy about talking to the legislature about efficiencies. The private sector folks came in the fall of 2005, made a presentation to Appropriations Subcommittee chairs, explained what lean was, explained why they used it, explained that they, in fact, were the ones that brought this to state government and why it was important for the legislature to support it. Made all the difference. We were able to get that support for a person in our office. The next real challenge that we faced was the fact that Governor Vilsack had announced he wasn't going to run for re-election. Now, we had been doing this strictly on our own. There was nothing in code or anything like that that said we were supposed to be doing this. So what was to keep whoever the new governor was that came in from saying, well, that was great, but that was the last guy's thing, kind of flavor of the month, and it was out the door. Again, our private sector partners, we worked once the primaries were over. We knew who our candidates were for both the Republican and the Democratic candidate. As they campaigned, as they would go to the manufacturing facilities, for example, of Rockwell Collins or Pella Corporation, or as they spoke with the Business Council leadership, they always made sure that they took a few minutes and said, we'd like to talk to you about lean. This is what it is. You should know that we helped bring this into state government. If you get elected, we hope that you continue to support the lean effort. In December of 2006, Chet Culver was the incoming governor. We went to brief the transition team, and sure enough, yeah, lean, I remember hearing about that. Okay, there's a lot of big companies in this state that support this. This is something that we're willing to continue to implement. So we made a successful transition to our new administration. Our hot team, we continued on with our hot team partnership through 2007. 2008, we really, the hot team dissolved, and we replaced it with what we call today the Lean Government Collaborative. We added both some executive branch agencies, and we added some additional private sector corporations. So these are the companies that work very closely with us. They continue to really mentor us, to partner with us. They have shared training materials, they share facilitators, they share training opportunities, all kinds of things. So I think it's pretty unique. We are extremely fortunate. You've probably heard of some of these companies. They work outside of just Iowa, things like Hewlett-Packard, Wells Fargo. We've been tremendously fortunate to have companies like this. In addition to the Department of Management, we have 4 lead agencies where we've really been focusing on developing internal capacity so that people within those agencies can implement lean on their own. And those are the Department of Natural Resources, the Veterans Home, Workforce Development, and the Department of Human Services. Our Department of Human Services is the largest state agency, and it's the largest piece of the budget in state government. So they have been a critical component there. This past session, we did have success with getting a bill passed that really said that it would, in fact, be a responsibility of the Department of Management to implement lean in state government. We did not want to face another change in administration eventually. We wanted to have that a permanent responsibility in the code so that we knew that going forward we could really long-term invest in implementing lean. One of the things that we've learned from our private sector partners, and certainly TBM, is how much lean is a journey. It's not something that you do for a couple of years and you say, great, we're done with that. Pella Corporation is just finishing 16 years on their lean journey. They've held over 10,000 events. You go to a Pella facility, there are 1 or 2 Kaizen events running every single week. And Pella continues to invest in implementing lean. So it is something that it's all about continuous improvement. I mean, that's the fundamental philosophy here. We make something better, but we don't say it's done, it's perfect. We come back, we work on improving it a little more the next time. Let me give you an example. That first event that we held, where we went from 62 days to 12 days and eventually to 6 days for our average turnaround time. But the amount of time that it actually takes an engineer to review an application in order to turn it into a permit was 8 hours, 1 work day. So our turnaround time was down to 6 days, but if in fact it only took an engineer actually 1 work day to review an application, clearly there were at least 5 days of waste remaining in that process. So you can't assume that just because you went through a process improvement once and greatly improved it, that your job is done. It is about revisiting and continuing to improve those processes time and again. Just a bit about where we are. We have been basically 5 years. We really we had that first event in 2003, but it was 2004 when we really took off. And I do want to mention that second event that we had because this was also in the Department of Natural Resources, and this dealt with wastewater treatment plant construction permits. And you don't have to know anything about wastewater treatment plants to guess that those are significantly complex permits. We thought it took an average of 18 months to obtain one of these permits. Water quality is a significant issue in Iowa, and one of the things that we wanted to do was encourage more of our communities to build a new wastewater treatment plant or significantly renovate their existing one. Well, 18 months, that's just to obtain the the construction permit, rather. So we decided that that was going to be our second event in the Department of Natural Resources, to which, of course, we immediately had significant resistance again. So our first resistance, of course, was, well, we're government, this is different, it's not going to work here. But it did, in fact, work. So then our second set of resistance, well, you don't understand. This is much more complex than those air quality permits. We're completely different. This is much more complex. We said 18 months is too long to obtain a construction permit. At the end of, once we got into that event, we discovered that in fact it took an average of 28 months to to obtain one of these permits. Over 2 years. We have a lot of small communities in the state of Iowa. You can imagine what it must be like to obtain one of these permits. It was taking over 2 years to actually get that construction permit. At the end of the week, we had created a process that took 4.5 months. That event was a great example of how we had people that thought they knew how the process worked, and then there was the way that the process actually worked. And those things were, in fact, completely different. So if we had had any doubts lingering after that first air quality event we had, that had removed all doubts. At this point, we have done over 100 events. Just about every executive branch agency has sponsored an event. We have, and I'd say virtually all of them have participated on an event. I've mentioned those 4 lead agencies where we are building our internal capacity, and the fact that we have a full-time facilitator in the Department of Management. This slide is just an example. When I say what haven't we tried, my point here really is that we have never found a process to which we couldn't apply lean. You think about a permitting process, a very linear process, and you think, yeah, I can make the leap from manufacturing to seeing how you could apply this to a permitting process, for example. But it really has not mattered what we have tried to apply this to. We have been able to do it, and some of our processes that we've applied this to have been much more amorphous. Things like the criminal intelligence process in the Department of Public Safety. If someone gets stopped on the interstate for speeding and they find drugs in the vehicle, how does that information get passed on in a timely and accurate manner to the Division of Narcotics Enforcement or the Division of Criminal Investigation? Not as straightforward of a process as you might think. We've looked at pharmacies both within our veterans home as well as our prison system, medication administration. We've looked at the movement of foster children across state lines, so that if a child is removed from their home for protective services and they're placed in a foster home, but they have relations across the state line, that is not as simple to move that child across state lines as you might imagine. So we have looked at child abuse appeals registry, really all kinds of things. I want to mention too that our universities implement lean. We had an event this last summer at Iowa State University's College of Veterinary Medicine, looked at the admissions process. They saw significant gains there. They looked at grant administration processes. The University of Iowa looked at the hiring process. And the University of Iowa hospitals and clinics, they've looked at the infusion center for cancer treatments, the way that things are arranged and how they move patients through there. They've looked at the pediatric specialty clinic and how they move patients through there. They've looked at health information management, how those records are updated after a patient is discharged, for example. All kinds of applications. Our community colleges also implement lean, looked at admissions process for community colleges, looked at payroll processes. Again, if it's any kind of a repeatable process, you can apply lean to it. I want to just mention the lean tools themselves are very, very simple, but implementing lean is not easy. And Fred's probably experienced this. It takes a real commitment. It is a journey. It's not something that you do a few and you say, great, we are done with that. It does take a long-term commitment. It's fundamentally about culture change. Gary mentioned really respecting the staff. And that's one of the things, I don't know how many of you ever experienced TQM or CQI. I know in Iowa, if it was a management trend in the 80s or the 90s, we tried it. Management by walking around, we did it all. And the fundamental underlying principles between total quality management and lean, for example, really are the same. The difference with lean is that it includes in its methodology execution. And so rather than having a team that over some period of time, comes up with some recommendations. Lean events, or a Kaizen, for example, is about an empowered team that actually designs a new process during the course of the week. They're not coming up with recommendations. That's been a fundamental mind shift for not only many of our staff, but many of our stakeholders, because they participate on our events as well. We bring in our customers, and they participate on our events. And they really find it hard to imagine that we could make changes like this in a 1 week time period. It has to be supported at the very top levels, just as it has to include the frontline people who are actually doing that work. So all levels of management. One of the things that we talk about in agencies and any organization, it's not unique to government by any means, is that people are really spread upon a pretty typical bell curve. You should be used to working with bell curves in education, I would imagine. You know, you have that small number of people, 10 or 20%, that you propose something new and they say, wow, that sounds great, let's give it a shot, right? And you have your bulk 60 to 80% of your people that kind of say, well, we'll see. You know what, I'm open to listening, but I'm not signing on to anything. And then you have that 10 to 20% of the people that it doesn't matter what you propose, they're opposed to it. You know, I could walk up to Gary, give him a $100 bill, and they'd say, well, why isn't this in 20s? We call those people citizens against virtually everything. Our past practice was that we spent a lot of time focused on the cave people. We spent a lot of time trying to get them on board, trying to bring them along. Kaizen events are really about saying, you know what, we're going to go ahead and we're going to do this. We're going to take some early adapters, we're going to take some of our uncommitted masses, we're going to bring in some stakeholders, and we're going to create a new process. And there is nothing like results to change people's minds. And that's what we've done, one person at a time. We have a lot of people come into our events beginning of the week, and they're just, I'm just here because my supervisor told me to, and this is just a waste of time, and, you know, my God, I'm going to be so far behind on my work at the end of the week. And at the end of the week, they are all but standing on the table going, oh my God, this is the best thing we've ever done. Oh, and we should do it in this process, and this process, and this process. They're, the first time, they've been truly empowered to take control of their own work and really fundamentally change things. Now, sometimes, I'm sure we could all, in our mind, as soon as I said cave people, we all thought of a few individuals that we've known or worked with over the years. But one of the things to remember, because I'm talking about, I'm going to come back to management here, is that sometimes we have cave people in management. Sometimes, in particularly, you'll come across a cave person in middle management, right? Because the frontline people are really excited because they have control and they're changing things. And upper management really likes it because they're getting results and things that they can show. And you have this middle manager sometimes then who is feeling very threatened. Well, wait a minute, things are changing. I'm not just directing my frontline workers every little move now. I'm concerned about that. You have to be willing to deal with those people. That's part of why it takes that top-level management involvement and support. And I want to address another thing that I hear frequently. Sometimes when I speak to agencies, upper management will say, well, what if I don't like the results of that new process at the end of the week? And I always have to ask them, are you ultimately concerned with the service or the product that you are producing, or are you concerned with the way that people shuffle paper on their desk? Well, I'm concerned about that product or that service. And that's an important distinction, because what we're focused on here is just the process. We're not changing policy, we're not changing administrative rules, we're not changing code language. We're just focused on the process. So we work within all of those existing constraints, and yet we're still able to achieve the results that we do. So an important distinction there. Follow-up, very critical. Holding the event, that's the easy part. We do 30, 60, 90-day, 6-month, and 1-year follow-ups. It takes a lot to establish that new process, to develop those new habits, You have to make sure that you can not only implement that new process, but then sustain the gains. Because if you backslide into the way you used to do things, then you really haven't accomplished anything. So I'm going to mention just briefly a couple other things. We're continuing, of course, our private sector partnership. The Iowa Business Council and the Lean Government Collaborative will be awarding in January for the first time ever a new Iowa Partners in Efficiency Award. We are trying to push implementation of Lean through all levels of government, whether that's our universities, our community colleges, city government, county government, schools, school districts, area education agencies, state government. We're trying to support and promote that. And so I have heard Iowa described as a hotbed of Lean or an epicenter of Lean, and we really feel like we had this little spark and we started fanning those flames, and it's really taken off. We have a lot of practitioners in healthcare in Iowa. We're seeing it more and more throughout cities and counties, and we want to support that. And part of that, too, then, is that we just had a design event last week to create a new Iowa Lean Consortium that brings together all levels of education, healthcare, manufacturing, service and transaction businesses, all levels of government, together to support each other in the implementation of Lean. We have all kinds of practitioners in Iowa. We can all learn from each other. We've learned from our private sector businesses, but they tell us that they have learned from us as well. And so we are working together to support each other. So that is, I know I clipped through that. I wanted to leave you plenty of time for any questions that you might have, but that's a quick overview of where we've come from.
Thanks so much, Teresa. We appreciate it. Questions from our board?
I have a question.
Dr. Gelden.
Teresa, it naturally goes probably without saying that as you become more efficient and leaner in how you operate, that would perhaps take fewer people. And do you find that to be true?
What we have found,
if you do, how do you deal with that?
Right. Well, let me back up first. One of the first things that our private sector folks talked to us about, because the initial concern when we had our first events was this is just a management ploy to lay people off.
That's
right. And if you had a process and it took 6 people and you had a Kaizen event and now it takes 4 and the other 2 got laid off and you say, okay, we're going to do another Kaizen event, who wants to sign up? You can imagine the response. So none of our private sector partners use Lean. There's no connection between Lean and ever laying anyone off.
Workforce.
Right, for that very reason.
Does a reduction of workforce eventually occur at some point?
Right. Sometimes people might be reassigned work. If you're if you're a manufacturing company like Pello, for example, you have greater production capability. So it might be that you have another line or that you have someone that can fill in somewhere else. In our particular experience, the reality is that we are so understaffed that typically we're working in a hole, in a deficit, essentially. And that part of what our Lean events have helped us do is really get up to the level. So we've been able to eliminate backlogs. We've been able to provide better customer service. It's been those kind of things. It means that we have been more equally staffed to what our responsibilities have been. That first event that we had in air quality, we did free up a couple of staff engineers, so they no longer worked on new source construction permits. They worked on the more complex Title V permits. In the case of our second event for wastewater treatment plant construction permits, we really saw it as enlarging our capacity, the pipeline, so to speak, so that we were able to pull more permits through in a more timely manner. And that's what we were after. We want to improve water quality. That means we have to get more communities moving through this pipeline towards building new facilities. So that's how what it has meant for us in most instances. It has certainly been some cases where someone's been assigned to work on something else, but we have not tied that to layoffs.
So you're saying that there perhaps you're seeing more reallocation of resources as opposed to actual layoffs as a result of what y'all
That's
are
right.
doing. Finding more efficient ways to use the personnel that companies already have.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Other questions?
It sounds like the results are measurable.
Yes, we measure a lot of different data. I mean, we look at, well, we measure, of course, lead times. We look at delays, handoffs, rework loops. We have, many of our instances, we can point to a hard dollar savings. The air quality example, we were able to say that we increased our production capability, essentially. In this case, we're producing permits and not widgets, but we improved that production capability by, X percent. In some cases, we had an event not too long ago in our workforce development agency. It was focused on collection of delinquent unemployment insurance taxes. And so they were able to say, this is the additional amount that we have been able to collect as a result of this event. So in some cases, it's almost a revenue producer. Certainly in our hospitals and clinics, where they're able to move patients through in a more timely manner, that's impacted their revenue, and they can show that they've, however, maintained their customer satisfaction.
So there are ways to measure that are already part of the system. In other words, you don't have to create necessarily all new measures of performance.
Well, in some cases we have. I mean, interestingly, because again, that becomes part of the mindset. But when we first started, we said, how long does it take on average to get one of these permits? I don't know. Whoever pays attention to that, I don't know. We had to go back and figure that kind of thing out. And we see that frequently. How many do you handle in a year? Well, I don't know. We're always busy. There's always this backlog sitting here waiting for us to get to. So in some cases, we do have to capture that for the first time and create that baseline.
Those were two good questions, because our guidance to people who do implement lean is that you have a no layoff policy, is number one, and number two, you have to work on things that are measurable. Yeah.
Great. Thank you both for being here. Gary, you started off with a story this morning about how you got involved with this whole process. You were a supplier to Toyota, is that correct?
Yes.
I think it's very interesting. A subtle learning experience from that for us is that the Toyota way, or the TPS system, has a philosophy of not letting your suppliers fail, because ultimately the end product then fails.
Yeah.
For us at higher education, our suppliers are pre-K through 12.
Yeah.
So should we have a lesson here that says higher education can't afford our suppliers to fail, so therefore we need to work together, not to add complexity to our system here, but I think that is a message we need to not forget, and that is we can't let our suppliers fail.
Yeah, definitely. Assuming one of the objectives of implementing lean would be to have a more successful outcome in the secondary and the college level students. The supplier philosophy that you just talked about is perfect, because there are a lot of things that you can do earlier in the process that prevent problems down the road. It's the same as in any factory. And the premise of defect-free always is around catching the defects at the earliest possible stage, and if there's a supplier in the loop, that's where you got to catch them. Definitely.
Just food for thought for all of us.
Yeah.
Secondly, Teresa, you had mentioned, obviously, all these changes emanate from the folks actually doing the work. In a Toyota plant, it's the person running the lathe or what have you, and obviously your instance, it was folks actually handling the permitting process, et cetera. So the empowerment you speak of is those folks are actually making recommendations and making the changes to improve the process. Right?
That's right. They're changing the process.
Do they ever, and you were very clear to say we're not changing policy, we're staying within the framework as we are allowed, but do they ever have to make recommendations to change policies and or in our case the rules in order to affect better efficiencies?
Yes, there are times when it's identified that hey, maybe we do ultimately need that new database. Maybe we do need to change an administrative rule or some code language needs to change. But that's considered outside of the scope of the event. So we do what we can within those existing constraints. Outside of that event, then, it may be that, well, we're going to go back to the legislature and ask for this code change, or we're going to change these administrative rules.
Okay.
But you improve your process to the extent that you can within those existing constraints.
But somebody is keeping track of recommendations that may enhance the feasibility of the efficiencies and ultimately doing something with that, whether it's taking it to the legislature or taking it to leadership.
Right.
Okay.
That's their choice.
Okay.
I've done work with THECB propulsion, which to make the space shuttle rocket boosters. Every other client I go to, if I get any kind of pushback, my saying is, hey, this is not rocket science. We can do this. It didn't work at THECB. And NASA has a ton of policies and regulations that you have to worry about when you're making changes to that program. Same thing, though. We have a champion of the process who keeps track of the policies and regulation, things that may be impinging upon the next level of improvement, and they work with NASA and they get some of those things changed. It's a really good point.
Okay. One last question, if you don't mind. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You're very specific to say it has to be a repeatable process. So in that regard, how important is it to have continuity and to have some sort of stability within the goals of the organization, et cetera, in order to affect a repeatable process and therefore apply lean?
I'm not sure if are you thinking of a process that is something that can that wouldn't be continued, for example, you mean, if administration changed?
Exactly. If I can liken it to our proposition here is if we indeed don't let our suppliers fail, our proposition is probably a 20-year effect of trying to improve the outcomes of our educational system. Over those X number of years, if we consistently change the priorities and change, I mean, how does that affect applying these kinds of philosophies?
Well, I do think there's tremendous opportunity to apply lean within the K-12 system, and we have a number of schools in Iowa that use lean, and I mean it's everything from how the janitors work so that they are more efficient and use their time better, to how teachers handle paperwork and it gives them more classroom time and things like that. So I think that's very important, and it's a great opportunity, but our universities use it as well for their own processes internal, whether that's payroll or hiring or whatever it might be. So I mean, there are at two levels.
Okay, got it.
The other thing that's important is the people side of it, the worker side, the management side. You can have changes in management or teachers or administrators, and if the work has been standardized, if it's standard procedure and that doesn't change, that will stay the same.
Right.
If the work procedures, if the philosophies, if the standard work, if the policy walks out the door with the people, then it could change.
Can I just mention that we have one of the things we usually ask for before an event is all the documentation essentially that's necessary for an existing process. And I can't tell you how many times someone walks in and we say, "Did you bring the documentation with you?" Right here. got it all right here. Right? And frequently that is the case. This was an extreme, but we had an individual in one event could not take off more than 3 days at a time because she was the only one that knew how everything worked from beginning to end. She knew how all the scheduling worked, and everything kind of centered around her. Now, God forbid she gets run over by a bus or just decides to retire because it all walks out the door with them. And, you know, that event, all of that was captured. And as we all look at the tremendous bulge in retirements that are coming in the next 3 to 5 years, we have a lot of history walking out the door about how things really operate.
Remember what I said about the work of one person in the 4 principles and the defect-free? And the binary communication comes into play here because you want to build a system full of processes that there's no gray area of whether it was done the way you developed it. Was the standard work followed, yes or no? I'll use an example. I'm not, it's been a while, but if there's a certain way you evaluate a student to determine his grade in a class, that has to be followed consistently the same way all the time if you want a predictable outcome. If you allow there to be gray area in that, you won't get a predictable outcome, for example. So it's all about documenting and following standard work. And as long as that's done, it doesn't matter who's in the seat doing it.
Gary and Teresa, I know Fred wants to make some closing comments, but I'd really like to just follow back up with y'all and really talk about specific examples y'all seen of where this has been done, not only down at P through 12, but also at the institutional level for higher ed. Because as I sit here, I could think just as a governing board, and I think of the loan programs we administer. Okay, and we've had links for 4 or 5 years going. When we look at our collection process, our judgment process, the whole issues, how effective are we being? And that's caused me to even think about one of our biggest challenges in the state is financial aid. And I think about how financial aid is administered on a decentralized basis in the state at the individual campuses, the financial aid officer. And I think what would be fascinating would be to go in and look at that process for administration of financial aid when that student walks in, and because that's one of our biggest impediments to access in the state is financial aid. And it's not just the amount of financial aid, but it's the whole process of how you get that financial aid. There's great confusion around it, and how do you read the forms, and so hearing this, I think all of us probably have those ideas going through our minds as to how could we use those methodologies. And I can see absolutely opportunities at the agency level, but I see some really outstanding opportunities at the individual institutional level. And I'd like to come back and dig back into that, Gary, with you and Teresa at some point, and get your thoughts and see where we can learn from that, where maybe you've seen similar methodologies implemented, in different parts of the country.
Real quickly, somewhat related to Fred, I did an event with a local company called American Achievement, who supplies class rings of all universities, Texas A&M. I don't know why, but they do. And Texas
account in the country. That's why.
Texas A&M had a process for students to get a contract for these class rings that took 6 months to negotiate, and like any kind of financial aid process or anything else we worked on, we got it down to 1 week. So,
yeah, I'm gonna ask a question that the Commissioner whispered in my ear, but you guys did a great job of describing the need and some of the things that went into the different events and agencies that Iowa did, and you talked about the results, the air quality permit being cut from a 62-day process to a 12-day process, now a 6-day process. But I think some in the audience may be wondering, what is a Kaizen event? You keep talking about an event. Could you briefly describe for those who this is completely new to, kind of outline what an event entails?
I'm going to test Teresa on this one.
I'm just going to tell you how we do it. The majority, a Kaizen event can be as short as 1 or 2 days, never lasts longer than 5 days. majority of our events are 5 days because we have a tendency to tackle these big, complex processes where we need all that time. We start on Mondays. We do just-in-time training so that people, we give them an introduction to what is process mapping and what are the types of waste that we see in processes, what's the difference between value-added and non-value-added activities, and so forth. Once we've completed that, we begin to map the current process. And this is down to great level of detail. We literally put butcher block paper up on the wall, we get a bunch of Post-its, and we start with mail comes into the mailroom, dates opened and date stamped. I mean, it's literally to that level of detail. And that's really critical because by the time you're through with that level of mapping in a particular process, you can see the waste. It's literally visible on your wall. What we've seen in some of our entities is that, oh yeah, we've done mapping in the past, but it was at too high of a level, so that they knew that something happened here, but until you get down in the weeds and start kicking over the rocks, you really don't know what lives under there. So you have to have that level of detail. That mapping process typically takes us most of the day on Tuesday. Then we really start, we identify what is it then that we see. Do we see a lot of rework loops? Do we see a lack of communication? Do we see too many handoffs? What's coming, kind of jumping off the wall at us? Then we begin to talk about what would be the elements in an ideal process, and come up with anything you can. We come up with all kinds of these. It would be great if we did this and we could do that, and then we do some brainstorming to what are, for every one of these ideal elements in a new process, what are 7 ways that we could implement that thing. Sometimes it's pretty easy to come up with 7 things for each element. Sometimes it's not. Sometimes you're down to, yeah, we're going to have bake sales. You have to really stretch. But then we go through a deselection process because now we have pages and pages of flip charts with ideas about how to implement these ideal elements. And we map them out in a quadrant so that we look at what's high impact, what's really going to have an impact in changing the process, so from low to high, and how difficult will it be to implement it. Again, from low to high. So if you think about that as a quadrant, your upper left, high impact, low difficulty. So that's our sweet spot. Now we have some very specific things in that sweet spot, and we begin to map the new process. And all of the things that are in that sweet spot we put into that new process. And we map that new process out just like we mapped out the old one, except it's usually a fraction of the length, of course. And we build all those things in. By Thursday, we're typically on to doing whatever it is that has to be done to put that new process in place. Maybe not everyone that works in that area was on the event, so we have to have a training plan. How do we get the rest of the staff up to speed? Maybe we need a communication plan for our customers to tell them how that process has changed. Maybe we need to write out those standard operating procedures so that we have everyone following the same thing. Whatever the particulars are, that's what we work on Thursday, putting those kinds of things in place. Maybe we need to blow up those applications. I have to digress just briefly to tell you that first air quality event, we discovered that almost 100% of the applications that we received were either incorrect or inadequately filled out. So either companies like Rockwell Collins were hiring dumb engineers, or maybe, just maybe, our applications weren't quite as clear as we thought they were. One of the things they did on that Thursday of that event, they literally had laptops, they pulled up the applications, they sat there with the customer and started redoing those applications. Friday morning, we have a report out. The team gets to stand up in front of everyone and say, this is what we accomplished, and we celebrate their achievement for the week. That's what we do in a week-long Kaizen event. Did that answer your question adequately? Yeah.
Thank you.
Does anybody else have any questions?
I'd like, in order to, and I don't want to take up a lot of time, but I agree with Whit. I would really like to get more information on this because I want to ask Teresa just a question or two. Have you read the executive order?
I'm sorry?
Have you read the executive order that the governor has now given this agency in terms of looking into efficiencies and effectiveness within our institutions of higher education, community colleges, and I don't know, perhaps even K through 12, I'm not sure, but at least our universities and community colleges. Have you seen any of that?
I have not.
Okay, the second question I'd like to ask is, Gary, I understand you're serving as a consultant. In your company, you consult with private industry as well as governmental agencies and encourage these entities to become more cost-efficient and effective.
Yeah, we bring the experience to the party. So when you do these Kaizen events that Teresa's talking about, you need someone around who knows what's possible, knows what good looks like.
Teresa, now you're employed directly by the state of Iowa?
That's correct.
Okay, so you're not serving as a consultant in the private sector.
No.
But you're serving as a consultant, as a governmental employee to the state of Iowa.
That's correct.
Okay. What I'm concerned about, board members, is that with this the governor's mandate as to whether or not we have the in-house expertise to do some of these things we're going to be asked to do. And if I understand correctly, we're pursuing some grants from the Gates Foundation and perhaps some others that will help us secure the expertise that we may certainly need, perhaps, to address the governor's concerns. And
Well,
how are we going to approach that in terms of what kind of roadmap or what kind of game plan, or is this an inappropriate time to ask those questions? But
It's on the agenda.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, I'm jumping ahead.
and I think, Dr. Golden, what, some of the grant money we're looking at, that's for our strategic plan process, of which cost efficiencies will be a component of that. And as I said, I think later on our agenda, Vice Chairman Hildenfeld is going to roll out somewhat of a thought process for how do we approach the governor's executive order. But I do agree with you. I think there's a great opportunity for us to think about how do we access resources outside of our agency, such as consultants, whatever, to better understand this process of lean improvement and continuous improvement. So.
Yeah, remember, Iowa didn't have any of that either.
What my concern is that we've been entrusted with a tremendous opportunity, for one, but also a tremendous responsibility to go into the government sector and look, and this will include universities and community colleges, and see where we can become more lean. And we will need some expertise. I don't see that, despite how great our staff is here, from time to time we do have to go outside to bring in those people that have the experience and knowledge to enable us to do what needs to be done. I'm glad that we're going to look at that.
Yeah, and if I might, just because we've occasionally run into people that are experienced facilitators, and they say, oh, yeah, no problem, I could do this, and I run meetings all the time, or I do this or that. And I have to say that lean is a very specific methodology, and you have to be experienced in implementing lean or in the different tools, Kaizen or whatever. And maybe an experienced facilitator can learn it more quickly, but lean is a very specific thing. So yeah, you have to have that expertise. And we started initially with that outside expertise. We never heard of Kaizen, couldn't spell it, didn't know what it meant.
Dennis, that's a great question and a segue. Let me share just briefly some of our experience, because it mirrors what Teresa's talking about. We started hearing about this actually from TMAC before we ever even knew about TBM, Texas Manufacturing Assistance Council, I think, or Center. And my brother Gil, who's back in the audience, started talking to me about this new principle called lean and how it might apply to our business. I thought, and he's an industrial engineer, from Texas A&M, has an MBA from SMU, and I thought, okay, here's another management flavor of the day. What is this going to entail? But we started looking into it, and as we got to know different organizations and talked to TBM, two things really struck me and got me over that skepticism. One was, and I don't remember whether it was Gary or Gary, one of your guys, but they made the point of saying our approach emphasizes quick and crude over slow and elegant. Now, that's a dangerous thing to admit, maybe in front of an audience of academics, but in that week-long event, and typically it runs from noon Monday to noon Friday if we have a full Kaizen event in our company, The objective is to implement the change that week, and the next Monday you're using that new standard work, that new methodology, because you're focused on quick and crude, not slow and elegant. Now, you may end up with some homework assignments, and we try to keep that list very small because that can affect your implementation if you put off a lot of things. Every member of the team has to be responsible for that homework, and it has to be done in less than 30 days so that you don't let that implementation drag out. The second thing that really caught my attention as a small business owner was creativity before capital. Now you really had my attention.
Yeah, there you go.
You know, because the expertise that you're asking about is all out here. The main expertise you need is in your staff, from your newest crew member to your most seasoned manager. And yes, you do need that guidance you were talking about to help you learn the process, and you have to be committed. You know, one of the things we learn in our journey, and it's a never-ending journey, continuous improvement is just what it sounds like, it never ends, is you've got to commit to it for 9 or 12 months, because it may well be a year before you actually see bottom-line results, because these events also tend to build on each other. And when you eliminate waste in one area, what pops up is, oh, well, now I see waste in the next step in the process. And so it's a continuous recognition of where's the next bottleneck, where's the next source of waste. I really couldn't say it better than Teresa. It's common sense, uncommonly applied. And we just don't do that as organizations, private, public, institutions of higher education, without the structure that lean principles and a Kaizen event approach can bring to you. If we're successful in closing the gaps, but we do so without introducing lean principles to gain greater efficiencies, and we will strain this state's resources. Community colleges are already feeling this because they're 75% of our enrollment growth, and they're like, how are we going to handle all this growth? And yet we are pushing to achieve closing the gaps in participation in graduates. Standard work sounds sort of mundane. Defining improvements and then committing them to standard work sounds mundane, but when you take these routine processes and you create a standard, you allow yourself you free up creativity. You free up people who now can really focus on new ideas and new areas and more complex things. I see this as a chance to change the old, tired debate between liberal and conservative extremes of spend more, cut costs. This is a chance to throw that discussion out the window and talk about how do we improve productivity, agency by agency, desk by desk, university by university. And if higher education can be a leader in that, then so much the better. And I'm going to challenge our own agency, the coordinating board, to take the lead in this area and, you know, walk the walk, not just talk the talk, and bring in an opportunity to invest in lean. You know, one of the keys that Teresa talked about was private partnerships. And there are plenty of companies in Texas practicing this area that I think would love to see, as happened in Iowa, state agencies, state government begin to adapt this. But it takes a commitment, it takes a cultural change, and that takes time. And then it takes the commitment to sustain things, which is one of the lessons we've learned. We had our first Kaizen event in December 2002. By the end of 2003, we were definitely seeing huge results in efficiency. But then, because we worked for the construction industry, when our projects changed and we went to new types of product, you almost have to start all over and keep that continuous improvement approach to new products, new services, new processes. But this agency, if we do nothing else, needs to take the lead so that we can demonstrate and share with the institutions we serve how this works. So, Gary, Teresa, I really appreciate y'all being here.
I just had two real quick questions, if I may. Have you found any processes that can't be measured? And two, was there ever a problem in finding agreement among yourselves on how to measure the actual outcomes?
There are processes that are more difficult to measure, but none that you can't measure. And I don't remember any instances where we disagreed on. There might have been some pushback because it was something new and hard to do. But once you have the measurement in place, it's not hard anymore. It's gathering enough data from enough places where you didn't have it before that is the hard part.
Our arguments tend to be over whether an activity in a process is value-added or non-value-added, because everyone wants to think that everything they do is adding value. And in reality, 1 to 1.5% of what we do actually adds value. So that's where our arguments tend to be.
Thank you very much for coming down. It's been terrific.
You know, Wallace, a good add-on to that is that we start each Kaizen event, and I presume y'all do too, with very specific goals. You know, that we start the week saying we're going to improve the productivity by 20%, either get 20% more output or the same output with 20% fewer hours. So you start with a mindset of here's our objective, and be surprised the number of times you actually exceed it.
Thanks for
Mr. Chairman, can I make just one more brief comment? Gary, I want to ask you a question.
Sure.
Did you state that your background was with Toyota?
Yeah, well, early years, between the ages of 25 and about 33, I worked for a supplier of Toyota, yes.
Well, I want to make this comment. First of all, I appreciate y'all making the effort to come down here and share this information with this board. I find it interesting that there's an article in this, I think it's U.S. News and World Report, that actually talks about Toyota, and I'm going to read a quick paragraph because I think it's relevant to what y'all are saying. Universities are, like the automobile makers, slowly realizing that to stay competitive and relevant, they have to adapt to a relatively and rapidly changing world. Among the 13.2 million automobiles sold in the United States during 2008, just 315,000 were hybrid vehicles. Toyota alone sold 3 out of 4 of the 241,000 of these. The Big Three sold 34,000. The number of hybrids is relatively small, but Toyota's persistence and innovation is creating smaller, fuel-efficient vehicles that has helped it to become the world's leading automobile manufacturer. And I think that's relevant in the sense that that's private industry that's seeing what they need to do in order to be competitive, and Toyota is moved to becoming the world's leading automobile manufacturer. I saw on the news just recently where General Motors is asking for another bailout. And I think the relevance of this statement, it was written by Lamar Alexander, by the way, and I'll ask them to make copies if anybody wants it. I think the relevance of this is that the private sector has seen this and look at the results. And I think if we're going to stay competitively, globally, in our university systems, we need to be addressing some of these same issues. Thank you guys for being here.
Welcome.
We echo Dr. Golden's comments. Thanks so much for joining us last night, and
we really appreciate it.
Just an outstanding presentation.
Absolutely.
I can assure you we'll probably be coming back to you. And thank you for traveling all the way from Iowa.
You're very welcome. Yeah.
Thank you.
Don't take this to your football team.
Thank you, guys.
Really appreciate it. The book, The Toyota Way, describes this process very, very well. And Dr. Golden, you might want to know that they describe how they came up with the Prius. And it's a fascinating story. So if you want to get a little more interest in that.
Yeah. Thanks again.
Gary, thank you. Thank you, Teresa.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Just to tag on to what Elaine said, if we think of the Prius as sort of the best practices that we know about in education to decrease time to graduation or to speed up a behind first grader catching up by third grade, I think when we have our strategic planning meeting, this is our huge challenge. We know some of the ways to improve, but we don't have an autonomous system where it can be adopted that this is going to be the way. So I think thinking about these best practices and how we could be more influential in seeing that they are indeed adopted through the P16 system is, I don't want to get chased out of town by a posse and say that anything should be standardized, but we do need, when we know how to improve things, to see that happening more often.
Well, and Lynn, if I can add on to that, I think it's going to be important that we get stakeholder buy-in on these things, because I think that's how you do it. Because we are too discreet. We function discreetly in a lot of ways, and I think the buy-in is going to come from finding ways for the stakeholders to inform the process and make it function better. So I think that would be important as well.
Both two very good points. Thank you. Our next agenda, before we dive into the next agenda, I was remiss and I forgot one introduction of the interim chancellor of Tarrant County College, and Irma Johnson Hadley. Welcome. I'm sorry I missed you. Thank you for being here. Our next agenda item is agenda item 5A, and this is what we call one of our recognition of excellence items. We have every quarter try to showcase some outstanding program that has been pursued at a university or it could be in P through 12 to learn more about what we can do around the state from a standpoint of innovative ideas for improving graduation and quality of undergraduate education. Today we're honored to have David Watts as well as Jim Nelson here to talk about the freshman AVID program at the University of Texas in Permian Basin. I'd ask both those gentlemen to come up, and while they are, I'm going to tell you a little bit about both of them. I've been familiar with AVID in East Texas because we've got an AVID program in the public school systems that I have followed closely, and it's been very successful. And so I think this will be an interesting presentation to hear how it's been implemented at the freshman level and at UT Permian Basin. David Watts is not a stranger to anybody here. Welcome back. We're glad to have you here. Dr. Watts has been an innovator, has been really focused on how does he improve undergraduate education, and has been working with Jim Nelson as they put this AVID program in. For Jim Nelson, I've never had the opportunity to personally meet you, but what an interesting background. He has a great exposure to public education, served as our Texas Commissioner of Education, was appointed by Governor Bush, served in that capacity, has been superintendent of Richmond School District. I was fascinated that he was named by the White House to go to Iraq and help lead our efforts in rebuilding the education system in Iraq. So a fascinating background, and now is going to be a great asset for us in the state as he's executive director of AVID. So we welcome both of you here. It looks like you have two other associates. I'd ask you to introduce those folks to us, and we look forward to hearing how the program has been developed and the results at UT Permian Basin. So welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. We appreciate the opportunity to be with you this morning. Jim, sorry, I'll just go on ahead and introduce our table. Eileen Frio is the Texas Director of AVID, and the gentleman to her right is Jonathan Brown, UTPB student and a graduate of AVID program out of high school, and helping us with implementation of our AVID program at UTPB. Also in the audience, if you don't mind, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to introduce Bill Fannin, our provost, who's helped to lead this effort, Lenita Akins, who's a lecturer in our freshman seminar, AVID, and Kay Cobb, also a lecturer at our freshman seminar implementing our AVID program. I'm very pleased that all those folks are with us here today. Let me begin by acknowledging that we did this at UTPB not because I'm such a smart guy, but because of the leadership of the community. Perhaps like your community, Mr. Chairman, AVID was first introduced in the Ector County Independent School District in Odessa. It was implemented at the initiative and leadership of the Education Foundation of Odessa, a private nonprofit organization designed to raise money to support schools in our area. You may know that Lorraine Perryman, a previous member of this board, was the founder of the Education Foundation in Odessa, and is still is a certainly a leader of that group, whether she's in a formal position or not. I also want to acknowledge Colin Sewell, owner and operator of the Sewell family of dealerships in West Texas, and Pat Canty, the most recent chairman of the Education Foundation, also publisher of the Odessa American. And these folks are all leaders, but where the rubber met the road in Ector County Independent Schools was under the leadership of Hector Mendez, the current superintendent there, who is a believer and practitioner of AVID. Finally, my eyes were opened not just because of the leadership of these individuals in our community, but because of two students in particular in Ector County Independent Schools who participated in an AVID celebration last spring. One was 14 years old, both girls. One was 13 years old. One girl, the 14-year-old, got up and read to an audience of 1,200 her essay describing how she had suffered as a child, how she had been raped and abused by a neighbor, and how she had recovered and was on the road to recovery through the leadership of her AVID teacher. Another little girl, 13 years old, told the story of how she had literally been homeless, living in individuals' apartments, doing drugs and alcohol, lost, but was recovered because of her AVID teacher. Now, I can't, there's nothing I could say this morning that would be as powerful as what those two young ladies said, but it wasn't as long. It was too long to bring to you this morning. I'm convinced that AVID can help many of us to recover in extraordinary ways. Our problem in UTPB, and I think really throughout universities, is to take students where we find them and bring them to where they need to be. I think all of us could agree with that. The real mystery to it is how do you do it? And if you could hit the video now, please, on that. Again, we've freely stolen from Ector County Independent School District. Those stills that you saw are from a more lengthy 5-minute video produced by them that highlights the successes of their AVID program. Really extraordinary program. And so I think AVID is one of the ways that we can take students where we find them and bring them to where we need to be. It's a real problem, ladies and gentlemen. 66%, and you'll forgive me for reading this, I want to be sure I get it right. 66% of full-time freshman students in Texas four-year universities are not in the top 10% of their high school class. Yet, the retention rate for those students is only 42%. Those are state figures. We were talking about waste a moment ago. What an enormous waste. Next slide, please. UTPB probably is an exemplar of waste. Our retention rate for 07-08 was only, for freshman class, was only 54%. I'm pleased to report to you quickly that for 8 to 9, fall 8 to fall 9, we've managed to increase it to 62%, but it's still not where it needs to be. The 25% high school rank retention, 62%. But the real item I want to point to here is the second quartile. And just to be clear, because I get confused, The second quartile is the 26% to 50%. These are folks who are in the top half of their graduating class. They're some of the very best students that we produce in Texas. We're not talking about the third quartile or the fourth quartile. We're talking about the very best students that Texas high schools produce. And yet, our retention of those students at UTPB is only 49%. Well, why is that? We looked at it, and we found that of those students who were in the second quartile and had an SAT of 830 or more, 36% of them had a GPA of less than 2.0. In other words, they're not performing academically. What can we do to improve that? Next slide. Well, I think we have implemented, and I invite anybody in the audience to provide additional suggestions, possibly almost every intervention that is imaginable. You can read the list. I won't bore you with it. Yet those interventions are not enough, because that 49% attrition rate of the second quartile students is with all of those interventions in place. Next slide, please. Second quartile students are among Texas's best, but they're not prepared. They may have done well on the ACT or the SAT, but somehow or another the skills necessary to survive in college are not there. In the provision of services, we have a writing center, we have a math and science center, we have a tutoring center, we have supplemental instruction, the whole list that was in the previous slide. But the provision of those services, making them available, and we do it free of charge. There's no financial barrier for students to pursue these services. That's not enough. And forgive me for the West Texas analogy, but in this case you have to bring the water to the horse rather than the horse to the water. Next slide, Mary. Thank you. We think AVID is a way to do that, and we've begun implementing it this fall, and I'm going to let the folks who know what they're talking about when it comes to AVID tell you more about that. Next slide. Would you hit the video, please?
Hello, I'm Lenita Akins from the University of Texas of the Permian Basin.
I'm Kay Cobb. I'm a member of the English faculty at the University of Texas of the Permian Basin.
My name is Esteban Velasquez from Odessa, Texas.
I'm Cynthia Lee from Houston, Texas, and I'm an AVID student.
And I'm an AVID teacher. AVID is advancement via individual determination.
In the 10 years that I've been teaching, became a little distressed because I saw what I thought was an increasing lack of motivation in students.
A lot of our students come to the university ill-prepared for college.
What I thought was apathy turned out to be fear sometimes in students. They were unsure about what professors expected of them.
Having seen the success of the program in our school districts and knowing the needs of our students, it was determined that it was time to put AVID into practice on the college campus, and we wish we could have started last year.
I think that AVID prepares me in structural organizations and just skills that you're taught, but this is being more exact and direct towards pinpointing what you need in life.
So as I work with them in AVID, I learned that we can give them the tools to help them understand how to be successful in the classroom. That builds confidence and helps them know how to go in prepared and with a positive attitude to their classes.
It's a good thing to be in this class because, for me, it kind of motivates me to be more, to get one-on-one with the teachers and get to know them better, because I wasn't really I wouldn't really care about knowing the teachers. I'll just sit in the front, do my work, and get out if it wasn't for this, because this really tells you you got to take notes, get to know the teacher, and it really does help to get to know the teacher.
You can't leave that class not saying, I didn't learn a thing, because you will. No matter who you are and what kind of student you are. A 4.0 student, you'll still learn something. There's no way you won't. So basically, AVID equals success, and that's all there is to it.
Next slide, please. And so, ladies and gentlemen, let me conclude my presentation with something that I said to Jim Nelson over lunch. when he told me that we'd get to plan for another whole year, I said, Jim, UTPB can't wait. Our students need AVID now. And with that, the star of our show.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Chairman, thank you for the kind words. I will say, number one, I've been told repeatedly I need to be very brief, so I'm going to take a 2-hour briefing into about 2 minutes. So you're not going to learn a whole lot about AVID, but I will tell you, although Eileen and Jonathan can certainly fill in some of the gaps about this specific project, but about AVID as a whole, I'd be more than willing to visit with you anytime, any place, and to give you, whatever detail you want, but it is quite complex. It's not something that lends itself to elevator kind of conversations, and I've given up trying, to be quite honest. So, but I would say that the relationship with David and UTPB has been a real pleasure for me. I grew up in Odessa. Some of you may know that. I spent until 1999 practicing law there until the governor appointed me as commissioner. And I obviously have a lot of fondness for the people and a lot of friends. I still have 2 brothers that live there. So the fact that the district has done so well in the last 3 years, and now that UTPB, the Chamber of Commerce is even involved. You mentioned the foundation that Lorraine has been so involved in. It's really become a place where some dynamic things are happening, and it's just really a thrill. Having served on the school board there from the mid-'80s to the mid-'90s, when the biggest thing going was Friday Night Lights, it's kind of nice to be known for something else. And I love football, don't get me wrong. I've been to a jillion Permian football games, but it's still good to have something of a little higher importance being focused on. David is really correct. We had been tiptoeing into the post-secondary world for the last 2 or 3 years, primarily with a pilot program in a community college outside of Oakland, California, another one north of Seattle, and more recently one in Minnesota. We had been contacted by several people that work here at the coordinating board, some of whom used to work at TEA when I was there, that knew what we were doing, and were really concerned about some of the numbers they were seeing, some of the things David showed you. I was involved from the beginning of closing the gaps with Don. We used to go around the state making presentations. In fact, we got to where we did it so many times. I could do his part and he could do my part. And we often threatened to go someplace they didn't know us very well, and me be Don and he be Jim. But we never really actually pull that off. So I know what a great job the state has done in getting more kids in college, especially poor kids and Hispanic kids and African American kids, even though you're not quite on target on some of those. But I also know the numbers that he spoke about are very true, that we also have record numbers of kids that really aren't ready for college. We have become a college-going culture. I don't think there's much question about that, but we're yet to become a college-ready culture. And that's something that AVID has been working on for a long time and all over this country. So we come with some expertise, even though we certainly don't have a lot of data yet at the post-secondary world. So I was explaining all this to David back in June and telling him about this great plan we had and the work we were doing with the coordinating board staff and some ideas we had about the next couple of years. He kind of looked down and said, "That's fine, I'm glad you're doing that, but I've got to start in August." And so we're kind of building this plane to some degree while we're flying it. I will tell you that, but I think it's gotten off to a really good start, as you heard a couple of his instructors talk about. I have visited one of the classrooms there and seen these kids up close. I was amazed that all 25 of them showed up at 8 o'clock. I know I missed a lot of 8 o'clock classes when I started college, and I think they knew I was coming, but they didn't know who in the world I was or that it mattered. So I think it was the energy I saw there with this group of kids was really exciting. So we're very enthusiastic about the opportunity here. We look forward not only to the work at UTPB, but hopefully at other institutions in the state. Eileen, who is heading up our efforts here in Texas and probably beyond in the post-secondary world, she sort of knows that, is going to talk a little bit more about that. But he just yesterday had a webinar with a group of historically black colleges, 5 of which are very interested in doing something along this lines in Texas, and we're working with another group in Georgia. So I think there's some great need out there, and we certainly hope to be able to fulfill that. Let me just conclude before I turn it over here by saying that Texas is probably right now the most dynamic state in the AVID world. And it's not because I'm the executive director. It's just because of some very creative things that are going on here. Plus, the economy's better, to be quite honest, than it is in most places around the country. Now, if you talk to school superintendents, or maybe a lot of these folks from higher ed, they might tell you that, well, their world is not that great. Well, come to California. Come to Hawaii, where I was recently on business, believe it or not, where the teachers voted to furlough themselves 17 days. They took 17 Fridays out of the school calendar for this school year. So there's some pretty scary things going on out there. And I think one of the great things about Texas is you've got a lot of creative, imaginative people who are willing to work lean but get things done. And so we're really excited about the prospects of being here and being part of this project. So with that, I took much more than my 2 minutes, but I did less than 2 hours. So.
But you didn't do your 12 slides, so we're going to advance through the slides rather quickly if we could, because you do have some information about our 30 years of success, and this is our community effort. We are actually in elementary, secondary, and now post-secondary, and Odessa is probably the hotbed of that right now in the nation. There's a little bit in here about elementary, which is for all students in AVID, in the elementary school, so that they move on prepared to be successful in middle school and in high school. At the elementary level, we begin with college readiness skills because we know that elementary students are making decisions at the age of 11 or 12 that are going to affect what they can do in middle school, high school, and eventually whether or not they can go to college. So we have to start talking to them early. At the secondary level, we do affect entire schools and districts, but we also directly serve students in a state-approved innovative elective class that teaches them how to be successful in rigorous courses and actually demands that they do enroll in those rigorous courses, students who traditionally are not doing that at this time. You'll see in the secondary that the skills are very much spiraling from the elementary. So we are working still with the critical thinking skills, the higher level thinking skills, as well as organization, time management, the things that trip students up that really don't have anything to do with intelligence but keep them from being successful. This is probably what I think is one of our most powerful data slides. We have a lot of data on AVID and at our website. On our website, you can access a number of research reports. But this particular slide shows the completion of college entrance requirements by ethnicity of AVID students nationally and all students in the nation. And you can see quite a bit of difference. We especially focus on our underrepresented populations as well as our first-generation college goers and economically disadvantaged students. AVID graduates go to college, and that's really important to us. That is our goal, but it's not enough for us that they just get there. We want them to get out of college and in a quick amount of time. Why does it work? We're accelerating, we're not remediating. And we know that at all levels, remediation has become astronomical in numbers. And so we push students ahead with proper support structures so that they can be successful and get them in with positive peer groups, making them feel very connected and motivated in wanting to do well. So now I'm to my slides.
You did a good job with that. Much better. I purposely avoided where because she knows what she's talking about.
I apologize for how fast that was, but there is information in the handouts that people picked up as well as the PowerPoints that y'all have. We entered post-secondary about 3 years ago, and actually at the request of some institutions that were looking at how successful our AVID students were once they got there, and why were these kids successful, some of them, many of them in that second quartile and in the third when other students weren't. So our purpose in post-secondary is to support institutes of higher education as they better serve students who are traditionally underrepresented, who are gaining acceptance and enrolling but aren't ready and aren't staying. Of course, the goal has to be the retention and completion levels. Post-secondary is focusing on the structures and strategies that address student needs and faculty needs. How do we better support students? How do we better support faculty? Things are changing, students are changing. How do we reduce barriers so that everyone is more successful? The components of post-secondary as it stands now really fall into two categories. One set of components addresses the students themselves, and so we're looking at a year-long first-year experience course that will teach the necessary tools, higher level thinking, critical reading, time management, organization, the things that trip students up. We know at the secondary level, when students aren't passing, it usually has nothing to do with intelligence. It has to do with not turning in work, not being organized. So we know that they carry those same traits onto the post-secondary area where there's less support and they're less connected. So again, in this year-long first-year experience course, the students are connecting with faculty and with other students so that they feel a sense of belonging, and if they're struggling, are more likely to ask for help and to have those support structures right there for them. We want the students in rigorous credit-bearing courses. Our AVID students do end up in developmental courses when they get to college at times, but we find their persistence rate is much higher than national rates as well. They learned that in the AVID program, so we want to help the students at the post-secondary level get through those developmental courses and stay the course to graduation. The other set of components for post-secondary have to do with the faculty and the institution. One of the things we're doing at UTPB is beginning to work with a site team that's composed of administration and faculty members from all disciplines on the campus, as well as eventually some participation from the local school districts, to look at what are the barriers that are keeping students from being successful. In listening to the LEAN presentation, it's very much that type of a thing. What's going on and how can we make it more efficient so that the students can be successful without watering anything down, holding them to a very high level, having those high expectations. And so what kinds of faculty awareness, faculty professional development opportunities need to be provided for that to happen? And then institutionally, Dr. Watts showed you all of the intervention services that they provide, and UTPB provides a lot of intervention. Students aren't always accessing those services. Taking the water to the horse, sometimes we need to walk them to the reading center that first time and actually get them there. And what happens in AVID, and I think the two instructors that were in the video exemplify this, is the students become very connected with that person. That person's an advocate for them, someone they can turn to when things aren't going well, and someone who will be on their back when they're not doing what they need to make sure that first semester or two very successful, very grounded, so they continue on. David Connolly identifies 4 areas that are necessary for college readiness: the key cognitive strategies that students have to have, academic knowledge and skills, academic behaviors, and the contextual skills and awareness. And we address that through AVID and post-secondary, as you will see on the next slide. We do research-based academic training with the faculty, with the students. Our curriculum in AVID is based on what we call WICR: writing, inquiry, collaboration, and reading, the critical reading. We know that a great number of our students are enrolling in college not able to access textbooks well, not able to read critically that expository text. And so we're working at the secondary level to address those needs, but those cross over to the post-secondary as well. The college success skills, teaching the students how to be organized, how to manage their time. Students have a great deal of freedom when they go to college, and they're not really ready for that. The transition is huge. We see it from elementary to middle school to high school, but we need to better prepare the students for the freedom they're going to experience and the need to be organized and getting their things done on time when they get there, as well as test-taking skills and note-taking skills, being thinking at a higher level, being curious about what's going on around them, deeply accessing the curriculum. The structured tutorial support. One of the strong parts of AVID is the Socratic tutorial that we provide for our middle school and high school students, and it frustrates them at first because they want us to give them answers and we don't. We ask them questions so that they can find their own answers. But as Jonathan will tell you in just a minute, that's what makes you successful in college, when you can solve your own problems and when you're very comfortable getting with a group of students to study and to collaborate so that you can be successful. You're not out there on your own. Professional development for faculty, as well as the people who are manning all of those wonderful support centers, the tutors in the writing labs and the math labs, and looking at what are the barriers, what can we do to better. We know that student engagement equals learning, so how do we more engage our students? And then working with a cohort of students, much like we do at the secondary level, where we identify students that we know are going to be successful with some additional support. And very often these are our students who are first-generation college goers, who are economically disadvantaged, who may not have the support system at home to keep them going, so they need a little bit extra support when they they get to the institution. But we do want to hold them accountable for what they're doing. We want them to be motivated. It is up to them. They're in charge of their lives. At UTPB, it's been an exciting ride, and we're all working pretty fast and furiously. There is a freshman seminar. You saw some video of that that's happening this fall. A larger scale freshman seminar course will start next fall that will last a little bit longer and continue to a second semester. And so we're in the process of developing that with UTPB right now. We're also working to develop a site team to, again, all of those things we looked at before, begin addressing the barriers, begin looking at what are the processes that need to change and the structures that need to be put into place so that students are successful. And then what types of critical thinking and tutor training and critical reading professional development opportunities can we provide that will assist everyone. For next year, again, we're talking about expanding the freshman seminar, actually identifying a cohort group of students, 2 or 3 sections maybe, who will stay together in that freshman seminar for a second semester. But also there's interest among the faculty in training some of the general education professors and instructors in the strategies so that everything they're learning in that AVID freshman seminar is then directly applied and reinforced in their gen ed classes as well. And they really are a group that feels very connected. We know that works with our secondary students. And then again, working with the faculty with awareness. Lanita and Kay and Dr. Watts have done such a great job in just building enthusiasm. Everyone recognizes that there is a challenge we need to face, and I think we're all ready to face that challenge together. I wanted to talk to you just for a minute about the UTPB freshman seminar that's happening this fall. We have 2 main goals in there. 1, to enhance social and cultural behaviors, connecting students to the learning community, teaching the students, as the young man in the video said, how to talk to their teachers, how to approach their teachers, how to participate in class, how to be actively engaged in their own learning and responsible for that learning, and then how to rely on their peers when they need additional assistance, how to work together, and finally, where to go when you need help. Where exactly is that writing lab, and what do those people look like, and what are they going to do for you? Because our students are, as Kay mentioned, they're fearful of not knowing what to do, so often they don't do anything. The other part of the freshman seminar is to develop those academic behaviors that are going to serve students well across their entire post-secondary career. We have them look at how do they learn best, and given how they learn best, how are they going to adapt that to situations that are not addressing those learning styles. We're not trying to coddle them. We want them to learn. How do you compensate if you're a visual learner and you're sitting in a lecture class? What are the skills and strategies you need to develop? How do you manage your time effectively? How do you backwards map projects and tests so that you're not caught off guard? Many of our students are unsuccessful because they're not used to, well, there's 3 tests and that's your grade, and they don't realize that you have to be preparing for that all along. Cornell note-taking system, which is a system of note-taking that comes from Cornell University to address this very problem, is one we use with our students in middle school and high school, and it really serves the students well in college. It's very interactive. You have to process your notes multiple times, you have to ask higher level questions, and you have to summarize, a skill that is very difficult for our students. So in the UTPB freshman seminar class, when they're learning Cornell notes, they're learning how to ask higher level questions and a variety of methods to summarize, and they're applying that to their content areas. And then, of course, the ability to read critically. And so in the freshman seminar, those critical reading strategies that students are really not explicitly being taught at the secondary level. We sort of think you're going to read to learn by secondary and that we've taught you to read in elementary, but there are still many strategies that students need in order to access higher level textbooks. So those specific strategies are taught in the freshman seminar class. Our goal is post-secondary success with students. Of course, we want them to persist and we want them to complete. We want them to take rigorous courses. We want them to do well. We know our AVID students at the secondary level, those middle kids, are enrolling in harder classes and have high grade point averages. And then, with those courses, we want that to happen at the post-secondary as well. We want success with instructors. We want to help them feel more successful and to reach the students at a deeper level so that the students are very actively engaged and that there is a team on the campus that's addressing those barriers and those concerns that are keeping students from being successful and putting structures in place to change that. And culture has been mentioned several times today in other presentations, and we've watched on our secondary and elementary and middle school campuses how the culture changes to one of academic success when you're putting all of these things into place. When we have high expectations, when we hold students accountable for those high expectations, but provide the support and motivation necessary to help them reach that. You have a slide, and this is also in the handout in the audience, that talks about some of the research that we have based our beginnings into post-secondary on. And you also have, if you could go to the next one, you have some contact information on the handout and on the slide, because as Jim said, this is the 3-minute version of the 5-hour presentation. So we would be happy to not just skim the surface, but to definitely go more in depth with you. In closing, there is someone I really would like you to hear from. Jonathan Brown has been an AVID student since ninth grade. He's going to tell you a little bit of his story. He is now a senior at the University of Texas Permian Basin, who will graduate on time in 4 years in the spring, and I'll let him share with you his grade point average, of which we're very excited.
Thank you. As you mentioned, I'm a senior at UTPB, and I'm majoring in communication, and I have a 3.8 GPA. I was brought to Odessa by the graces of God and an opportunity to be a keynote speaker at a P16 conference. A prominent business owner at the conference heard me speak and share my story, and he got in contact with me later and informed me that he wanted me to come to Odessa and work with the AVID program. I told him that it wasn't possible at the time because I was already enrolled in classes at South Plains College in Levelland, and that I wanted to finish my 2-year degree there. And so he called me back later and he said, listen, if you move to Odessa and you get enrolled at UTPB as a full-time student and you work with the AVID program, I'll pay for everything. So, needless to say, I made the move. But the significance of me sharing this part of the story with you is because at a young age, statistics had me pegged as a child that would never even graduate from high school, let alone go to college and graduate with honors. I am a 14-year veteran of foster care. I say veteran because in 2007, the foster family that I had been with for the past 8 years adopted me. And it was a very huge struggle for me growing up in foster care, my brother included. He was 2 years younger, and I had a tendency of getting angry with these people whom I thought took me away from my parents. And so I had this vendetta against society that didn't accept me and didn't want me. And this vendetta increased and grew into anger and aggression, and it eventually led to my brother and I being split up and sent to 2 different foster homes. Well, when I got into 9th grade, I was presented with another problem. That was when you turn 18 in foster care, you leave the home. And that's pretty stereotypical in American society. When you turn 18, you're supposed to spread your wings and fly. Well, in a normal American home, you can always come back to mama's nest. You can always have that reassuring that your parents are somewhere down the road that you can go and have dinner with and talk to and explain about your hard life. And there's always someone that's going to say, hey, you know, you need some extra money for rent this month. But as a foster child, I didn't have that security. So for me, graduating from high school wasn't a goal. It wasn't something that I wanted to obtain, because for me, graduating from high school meant the end. Well, halfway through my freshman year in high school, I was presented with this opportunity to get involved with the AVID program. And I was hesitant at first because no one had ever mentioned me and college in the same sentence. And so I just assumed that it was a mistake. But I got into the program, and I always considered myself as a genuinely smart person, but I didn't consider myself as the top-notch student. I wasn't extreme. Math didn't come to me super easy. Science didn't come to me super easy. But what I learned in the AVID classroom was I learned how to be a good student. And I got very good at being a good student. And once I started to use these methodologies and these skills that I was being taught in this AVID classroom, I started to reap the benefits of being a top-notch, intelligent, get-it-easy type of person. And I liked that feeling. And it was a lot easier to be the good guy that everyone was talking about, as opposed to being the negative thug that everyone saw me as before. My journey led me to experience things in life that, as a 21-year-old, most people don't. And especially as a foster child, most children don't. I was able to travel around all the United States and speak to different groups and communities about my experiences in life and about this AVID program that gave me the family that I needed at the time to create a bright future for myself. now that I'm in college and I'm at UTPB, I noticed that I came into the university setting ahead of the rest of my class. And the reasons for that was because I was so well prepared in the AVID classroom. I knew how to take good notes. I knew how to pay attention in class. I knew that I had to be the first one in class and sitting in the front row. I knew that I needed to learn my professors' names. And all these little tricks of the trade I learned in high school. And so when this opportunity presented itself to move into post-secondary with AVID, I immediately wanted to be a part of it, because AVID was what helped me get to my goal of being a college-bound student, and now in May I will be graduating. So I thought that, you know, if I had that opportunity and these children didn't, why not provide them with that opportunity as a freshman? The blessings are continuing to come, and I only wish to share that with as many people as I can, because it's not about the foster child anymore. It's not about the little kid who was ashamed that the man he called dad was a white guy, and no one understood why this kid went home to these strange-looking people. It's not about that foster kid anymore. It's about a young man who was blessed with opportunity and who took those opportunities, and now I want to turn around and provide just as many, if not more, opportunities to the students who are coming in the future. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, about 3.5 years ago, I had just agreed to go to AVID from Richardson, and it was a very hard decision. Richardson's a very good school district. We were making excellent progress, and everything was going the right direction. And here I'm being asked to move halfway across the country, which I've now moved back, by the way. We have our major professional development experiences are in the summer. They're called Summer Institute. We have 8 of them. We had 8 of them the last couple of years anyway. This summer we trained about 18,000 educators. That summer it wasn't quite as many, and one of them was here in Austin. And it was just before I started, and I came, and we always have a luncheon, and we'll bring some AVID kids in to be the speakers at lunch. And Jonathan was one of those speakers, and that's where we first met. He had just graduated from Shoemaker High School in Killeen. He was going off to Lubbock, in part because his AVID teacher, her husband, had taken a job at South Plains, and they were going up there, and he felt like he continued to need that support. And after he spoke, and his story is as good as he was today, the whole story is really, really amazing. Very tragic, but also pretty exhilarating in the end. I went up to him afterwards and, gave him a big hug and, kind of teary like you get when Jonathan speaks, and said, Jonathan, I really had a hard time making the decision to take this job, but you convinced me that I've done the right thing. And I asked him, I said, have you given any thought to kind of what you'd like to do one of these days? He said, yes, sir, I'd like your job. And I think he's getting closer and closer. But he's doing a lot of work for AVID, and not just in Odessa, but we have, as he said, we've used him around the country, and he's always an inspiration. But there's thousands and thousands, tens of thousands, maybe probably hundreds of thousands of young people just like this out there that we just need to do better with, that have all too often been passed over for whatever reason. So it's just kind of a thrill to get to work with him. It really is. It makes this is the best job. All those other things you talked about were great. This is the best job I've ever had.
Well, it's inspirational, and Jonathan, thank you. Thank you to the whole panel. I know I have some questions, but I'm going to open it up first to the board and see if they have any questions. Commissioner?
Well, I wanted to say that one of the reasons I was very interested in bringing this program to the attention of the board is because as Jim knows, I've been following AVID since it was created in the early 90s in San Diego. And
80s, actually, 1980s.
80s. Now I'm getting older.
Yeah. Time flies when you're having fun.
And it seems to me that this is a perfect program that addresses an issue that we've talked about at board meetings time and again, and that is one of the very fundamental flaws of higher education is that we assume in that brief period between graduating from high school and arriving on a college campus that young people are transformed magically into adults. And what is great about the AVID program, now that you're moving into higher education, is that it helps young people make that transition into adulthood and individual responsibility. And we could improve retention rates and success rates dramatically if institutions of higher education got more directly involved in helping young people make that transition. Now, it's interesting because if you look at the research, and clearly you have, it shows over and over and over again that a lot of students coming into universities and community colleges out of high school fail, not academically, but they fail socially and culturally because they're lost and because suddenly they're in an environment where faculty seemingly don't care about how they do. And so when you have the AVID model where a teacher or professor is a very explicit advocate for students and student success and intervenes when they see that particular students are having difficulty, the likelihood of success is much, much higher. I talked to a couple of presidents before the meeting convened this morning, and we talked about retention rates and we talked about how to help students become more successful. This is a wonderful model. And if you don't adopt the AVID model explicitly, there are a lot of characteristics that can be used on every college and university campus in Texas. And we can help students become much more successful if we use these kinds of practices. And David, I really congratulate you for having a sense of urgency about this and saying, we've got to do this now.
Thank you, Commissioner. I appreciate that. You know, UTPB had some difficulty with its second quartile students. I think the state as a whole has difficulty with second quartile students. And one of the suggestions that you didn't ask me to make, Mr. Commissioner, is that we need to do a better job statewide at tracking what happens to second quartile students. We track the top 10% and we track the top 25% because you're legislatively required to do so. We don't look at the next 25%. And we're losing them. We're losing them everywhere.
Great point. Ms. Pavich, I know you had a question.
Yes. Jonathan.
Yes, ma'am.
Your story was so personal and so touching, and I want to thank you for sharing it.
Thank you.
It's so important to hear about how programs directly impact students' lives and impact their success. So, thank you. And you are a major in communications?
Yes, ma'am.
I can tell.
You can teach communication.
You're a great communicator, and I predict a very bright future.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Jonathan can do Telemundo better than the Telemundo people can do it. We won't make him do it here, but it's amazing.
One of the things that I did forget to mention, and I think it's very key to highlight, is how easy it is to lose just that one child. I mentioned in my brief speech that my brother and I grew up in the same place and had the same thing happen to us. Well, I went on to the Browns home and then graduated from high school and went on to college, and I'm where I'm at now. When my little brother and I were split up, he went on to a boys group home, and then he went to a mental institution, and for the past 5 years, he's been locked up in jail. Just recently, he was released, and he came up to Odessa, and he saw what life was like for those 5 years that he missed, and he saw what it could be like. And I tell you not, that kid took off his bandana and pulled up his pants and said, "Big bro, I want to be like you." He said in jail I had big bros that taught me how to be a gangster and taught me how to be a thug because that's what I needed to survive in jail. He said, but it's so much easier out here where you're at. I want to be like you, big bro. And unfortunately, we had some issues, but the end result will be another Grant whose name will be able to change through whatever reason and become the man that he wants to be, the man that we all know in society that he could have been if he had the same helping hand that I did.
I have to be next after that? My goodness.
Every time you speak, let's hear it.
Thank you, Jonathan. I'm going to charge you my mascara fee. Thanks to all of you all. Just a quick question about the process of this. Is there a vision that AVID students starting from the elementary school to the middle school to high school and then on to post-secondary, is that a pipeline that you hope to continue the kids through the AVID program? Or this cohort that you define in post-secondary, are these just demographically identified?
I think it's a little bit of both.
Okay.
We're looking at, many of our AVID students, like Jonathan, will get to the university level and probably not need that level of support. We will have some that probably will still need that support. At UTPB next fall, Midland and Odessa will graduate a number of AVIDs, their first groups of seniors. So UTPB is looking at a number of AVID students enrolling, and if they're in those freshman seminar classes, they'll be huge leaders. It'll reinforce their skills, and they can bring the other students along even more quickly. But a big focus are the students that are coming without the skills that our AVID students have, so that we could identify students that look like, whether it's they're in that second quartile or there's certain test scores, or sometimes there's an anomaly between their grades and their test scores, whatever, that we could provide the support for them to kind of get them through that first year very successfully and on the path to the 4-year completion on time. Looking at second-year activities that maybe would have them giving back to the first year. Community service and community involvement is a huge piece of what AVID does, again, connecting the students, and with Jonathan being a prime example, and AVID students all over the country who are giving back to their communities and bringing more students along.
Ms. Mendoza, the research is absolutely clear. Whether you're dealing with substance abuse prevention, or whether you're dealing on the positive side with getting a college education, peer leadership is absolutely critical, and you can see what the kind of leader that Jonathan is. And there's a whole host of others, perhaps not quite as articulate and not with quite the timbre of voice that Jonathan has, a whole host of others that are coming up that are peer leaders. That's one of the beauties of this program is, and you saw the slides. Jonathan's back there, he's helping. It's one thing for them to tell an old guy like me, or to sleep through my class, but it's another thing when Jonathan's there helping them and working them and all the other students that are going to be coming up like Jonathan.
David, follow up to that, and I guess Jim, Eileen, this is for all y'all. What's the barriers to getting kids in there? Because one of the things I've heard is in secondary, and is that one, there's a cost issue. Two, there's an issue that at least I've heard in our district that the kids have to want to enroll in AVID. They have to. It's not an issue of just saying you're going to AVID, but it's those young people have to want to be in AVID. And I was talking to my superintendent, and I said, that's the challenge, is you want all those young people to be in there, but how, I've asked him, I said, are those the barriers? He said, absolutely. How are you addressing those? And are those the same barriers, David, that we're going to see in the post-secondary programs too?
Well, it's a little bit different at post-secondary because those students decided to apply and were accepted. So they're coming in motivated and wanting to be successful. The way the freshman seminar class this fall worked, with 2 sections were AVID sections, which meant the students walked in and were told on the first day, your class is going to actually last twice as long as what you thought it was going to last, and we're going to hold you accountable and want you to do all these things. So if you choose, you can go to a regular freshman seminar class, and nobody chose, because students want the support and the help. So the motivation issues are a little bit different because they've already gotten there, but very often without the tools that they need to be successful. Now, as to the barriers in cost, again, that may be an issue because with the freshman seminar class, if it's not already in existence, it has to be put into existence. At UTPB, everyone coming in, I believe, with under 30 hours takes the mandatory freshman seminar course. And so I think what we're looking at, because the site team is developing the plan right now for how that will look next year, is perhaps all of the freshman seminar classes the first semester next year will be these AVID strategies, so you can front load for the students the skills that they need, but a selected cohort of 2 or 3 sections will continue on the next year. And again, there may be students who aren't selected who want to be in that as well. So it'll just depend on time and space and that type of thing. But I think the motivation issue is a little bit different at the college level. That's a barrier that's not quite so great.
Yeah, I think what you talked about is primarily what I talk to superintendents about in school districts, and some of that's just the way the program is designed to be most effective, where you start with the elective at the secondary level, and those kids are, there is a process. I wouldn't say they're chosen, but there is an interview process, and you have to apply. But teachers also, over time, learn to seek out kids, too. It's not just sitting in an office and waiting for them to walk in the door. But then what we try to do, and what we've gotten much better at, is spreading the training across the campus so that the strategies are being used in all kinds of classes, core classes and everything else. And Randy and Tyler's doing a wonderful job. I mean, they're really doing some very, and he's brought it there in large measure when he came from Salina. But it's going to be very different. We're going to have different issues. One of the things that I'm excited about is we're going to create a whole great pool of tutors that hopefully will be able to be utilized in the secondary schools in the community. I know that the two superintendents in Midland and Odessa are just thrilled about this because they can see this pool of talented freshmen and sophomores in college. One of the great things about the AVID program at the secondary level is their exposure 2 days a week to college students who sit across around a table with them to go through this facilitation tutoring process that Eileen talked about, and they see that these kids aren't any different than me. They've got the same problems. They look like me. They dress weird like me. They have bad hair. Whatever the deal is, and they say, if that kid can do it, why can't I do it? When you know the process is working well, and you go into a secondary classroom and you can't tell which one the tutor is.
There it goes.
Ms. Mendoza?
Another follow-up to that. We talk about the next year you want to implement the faculty and staff professional development, and obviously it's done for the general education faculty. Is it done to a broader set of faculty and at all levels? And what is the reception to this kind of?
Well, just like at the secondary level, faculty awareness is really important. And so what UTPB is doing this year is making people aware and generating enthusiasm. And as was mentioned in an earlier presentation, you have people who jump on board with new initiatives, you have people who wait and see, and you have some that aren't too excited about change. But again, that's why the awareness is important and getting everybody on board. The way our post-secondary model differs from the secondary model is much of that professional development will take place on the campuses and will be determined by the needs on those campuses. So they'll decide, do we want to bring in math-specific training or social sciences-specific training because we have those content-specific strategies? Or do we want to look at just general strategies across the board? Do we want to focus on critical reading? Do we want to train our math and our writing center tutors in the tutorology method, our mentor teachers? So there's lots of ways that can look, and the universities and colleges will kind of determine that with some guidance from us. Just like with our secondary campuses, we like to get to know our partners and know them well so we understand their realities, because the realities are different on every campus, and help that site team design what's going to be the most effective plan for them.
So it sounds like the leadership at the campus level is critically important. Obviously, a testimonial as to why you're here and your commitment to this. As you move, I know you've only been there 3 years. Is that post-secondary? Post-secondary throughout the state?
Throughout the nation.
Throughout the nation,
It's a very new piece for us, and so we have been working with the Higher Ed Coordinating Board in developing a pilot project that would be rolled out over several years. Jim mentioned our summer institutes, where we bring together almost 20,000 secondary and elementary, mostly secondary educators for some very powerful training. Well, we now, for the last 2 summers, have had a post-secondary strand, and those strands will continue to increase in not only the number of people served, but the variety of strands that are available. And we're developing post-secondary curriculum. We have very strong secondary curriculum, and some of it, the critical reading pieces, which were actually written as college readiness, transfer over very nicely. But another piece that we use is what we call strategies for success, all of those things you need to have to be college ready. And we're developing a piece that will be ready by this spring, that's post-secondary strategies for success. What is it we need to very quickly teach you when you arrive so that you don't falter in those first couple semesters?
Dr. Kelton?
You know, I'm going to basically ask a question that pretty much follows up what you have just asked. And I've got a whole set of notes here, and you may have a little trouble because I'm going to be jumping around here, but I'm not going to take too much of your time. First of all, you guys have really enlightened me today. I mean, you're talking about some things that I think can really, really have an impact. And I don't see as much of a problem sometimes. You know, I've seen a lot of students that want a lot. They want help. They want to be successful.
Yes.
They just don't know how.
Right.
Because they haven't come from a culture where they've had a lot of encouragement, and they haven't been indoctrinated at a real early time in their life, and acquired the necessary skills to go into an academic environment and be successful. And so I think a lot of what y'all are doing is to try to teach students how to be successful regardless of what their mental abilities or where they fall in terms of being in the top 10 percentile, top 25 percentile. We'll make a comment or two, and then I'll ask a question or two. Number one, I don't think it's always been hard to teach that top 10 percentile. It doesn't take a whole lot of, those are the easy guys. I mean, it doesn't take a real skilled teacher to really get those guys through the process and to walk in the stage and ultimately handing them a diploma. And I don't think it's quite as difficult in teaching that top 25%. But I feel very strongly with what y'all have said in identifying that second quartile, 25%. Those are the ones that require more support. And much of that needs to be done one-on-one, in my opinion. And the question I ask is that I see some of those people and some of those students walking the halls and looking for help, but when they get to the learning labs, there's no one there. Now, how do you address that procedure? Because I think what Elaine was alluding to is it's going to take a strong leadership from our academic institutions to insist in those teachers coming out of those offices and getting down to where the action is, and the action is in the learning lab. If they know their students are struggling and they know they're flunking, then they have some responsibility, not just the students, but the faculty and the institution in addressing the issues that revolve around student success. So if we don't have buy-in on the part of the administration, and if you don't have the support of the faculty, then they can continue to maintain their average workloads of 13 to 15 hours a week in the classroom, and then disappear, not all of them, but some of them disappear to who knows where, when their students are clearly struggling. Now, I'm asking a pretty doggone tough question, and then some of these questions people just want to shy away from. But it's an issue that it's going to take a lot of fortitude on the part of those department chairs and deans and senior administrations to say we've got to embrace a different culture and how we're going to educate and make sure that these students that we're admitting into our institutions leave here successful. And so the question I ask is, if you've got a tenured faculty member that's been there 25 or 30 years, and he just decides he doesn't want to get on board, what are you going to do? Now, that may be that's a tough one, isn't it? I just sent y'all, I throwed y'all a curveball that is pretty doggone tough to answer. Because quite frankly, if he don't want to get on board, he don't have to, for the most part.
Let me do it first for David, because you're right, but it's not different than the secondary schools we deal with, or even the elementary schools. It really is about leadership, And whether, we're very fortunate, obviously, in working with Dr. Watts and his team. But I will tell you, Dr. Golden, that one of the things that is, I guess, we all have preconceptions, I guess, about what the reality is. But I will tell you, in all the places where we have begun this process, in all the places that have asked us about whether or not we could assist them with this particular dilemma, it has come from faculty. In this instance, Lanita and Kay back here were very, very engaged, and they visited with other faculty members and that sort of thing. David was obviously very supportive. Our situation out in Los Medanos Community College in the Oakland area, it started with one faculty member who knew about AVID and came to us and said, we've got a serious problem, can you help us? So this wasn't us going to them and say, well, a big white horse and saying, we're here to save you. It was people internally recognizing they had a problem, looking at their own data, which is one of the things that colleges are doing much better now than they've ever done before, is looking at their own information, and we're able to say, can you help us create a solution that will address this particular issue? Now, are you always going to have, what would she call them, cave dwellers, or
that's the ones I'm talking about. What are we going to do about the cave dwellers? Because we need their help.
Right. Having now been involved in the education world since 1984, when I got elected to the school board in Odessa, there's a lot of cave dwellers out there, but there are in business too, and there are in every kind of line of engagement
but in business,
we can have.
We can deal with them. In academia, it's different.
If you look at some of the things that happened in the economy over the last couple of years, you might question that. But
you got a point.
So I'm just saying,
we're more likely to deal with them.
Those people do exist, but we have found in our work, if you have good leadership, if you have people in the classrooms who are engaged and believe in what you're trying to do, you can work through those problems. You really can. I don't know if that answers your question.
Well, it does, because I think it alludes to what Elaine is saying. It's going to take strong leadership on the part of administration.
Absolutely.
And if they can get in and see the results, then I think you'll get a buy-in by more and more faculty people.
Let me say one more thing, and then I'll turn it over to
Always be a certain amount of cave dwellers that you never
When Mary
hear
Catherine
about.
Swanson started this program in 1980, she was an English teacher, taught AP. Did AP exist in 1980? She taught the advanced kids in a middle upper class high school in San Diego. They bussed in a bunch of kids from down by the border. It was going to change the complexion of the school. She was convinced that with the right kind of support, those young people could be just as successful as those neighborhood kids. Obviously, history has proven her correct, but she tried to develop a program that was administrator proof. She didn't want the administrators screwing it up. Now, she found out very quickly, and she will tell, I can tell this story because she told it to me, that if the program was going to be successful and really have an impact on more than just isolated pockets of kids, she was going to have to get over that and was going to have to be able to accept the fact that the leadership mattered a lot.
It does.
And so where we are most successful, you find strong principals or strong presidents and leadership throughout the organization that is on board.
Dr. Golden, I'm one of those faculty members that been tenured forever. I'm older than the hills. So let me speak from that point of view for a minute. Every faculty member wants to be successful, just like every person wants to be successful. On the other hand, they have standards, academic standards, which you, this board, and every other leader in the state wants them to adhere to. I wasn't trained in graduate school on how to help students be successful. I was trained on what is the latest cutting-edge research in my discipline and how to communicate that research to my students. This, to use an expression that we heard earlier today, this is rocket science. It takes some specialized development and expertise to do this. Now, I recognize that. I don't know what I'm doing in this particular area. So I'm going to call on some folks that have got some expertise and who have brought a program that demonstrably works. Our faculty at UTPB, as they learn more about AVID, are excited about it because each one of them wants to be successful. And by successful, they want their students to learn, they want their students to grow, they want them to graduate. So I think we really have faculty who are engaged and committed and are on board and are hungry for the skills that AVID brings and that will become a part of our culture in our campus. And I think with the support of this board and the support of my colleagues behind me throughout the state.
David, I think that's a great summary and a great way to end up what I think has been a challenging morning on both these topics. And I just thank each of you. And Jonathan, I wish you the very best.
Thank you so much.
You've got great things in front of you, and we appreciate you coming and sharing a little bit of your life with us.
Thank you for having me.
Thanks so much.
Thank you for being with all us old folks.
Yeah.
Hey, speak for yourself.
Thanks so much. I'm going to now turn it over to Mr. Fred Heldenfels, who is Chairman of Strategic Planning, and we'll see how far he works down his agenda before we take a break for lunch. So.
You know, this always seems like such an anticlimactic moment in the agenda after we've had our major policy discussion and our recognition of excellence, and those presentations always get us jazzed up and enthusiastic. But believe it or not, there are some things to be enthusiastic over when it comes to the items we'll be dealing with under the Committee on Strategic Planning and Policy, some of which have to do with the resources we now have to work with, and I'll touch on that. And then our first two items, which have to do with some opportunities to improve the process and the approach, both key components to the outcomes we're all here and all working toward. Just a brief overview, because they're on our consent agenda, let me just touch on the facilities that have been approved from the assistant commissioner level on up through this board's authority. 32 projects during the last quarter and purchases totaling $1.6 billion, including the 3 that were on our board consent agenda and the 11 that were approved by the committee at our September meeting. Important to note that of this $1.6 billion, that's a relatively high number for a quarter. $600 million was in Hurricane Ike repairs and renovations, some of which was 25% of which was direct legislative funding. But nevertheless, we continue to invest in facilities in this state. The other thing we'll be hearing about later from Assistant Commissioner Susan Brown is the preliminary enrollment news, which is fantastic news. Enrollment, it appears, has more than doubled from last year. That's not entirely surprising in a recession, but nonetheless, we can't complain about having sufficient raw materials. Now it's up to us what we do with it. I will caution everyone, last year our preliminary number in the fall came in at 53 per thousand, 12th day enrollment. But once certified 45, 60 days later, that number dropped to 44,000. A larger percentage than has historically been the case. Historically, the certified number is usually 2 to 6% lower. I think because our community colleges are a bigger and bigger slice of that growth pie, there's also more volatility in retaining some of those students. But when you hear the numbers later, you're going to go, whoa. The next two items that we'll get to quickly I'm excited about, and that has to do with things we're going to do to improve the focus and the process. The first dealing with the governor's executive order, and then the next one after that dealing with our strategic planning retreat. So without further ado, agenda item 6B is an update on the governor's executive order on cost efficiencies, and David Gardner, Deputy Commissioner for Academic Planning and Policy and the lead staff member for this executive order, is going to give us an update. David?
Thank you. We actually began discussion of this a little bit earlier today. So you're all aware that the governor issued an executive order in September asking the coordinating board in cooperation with the Texas Public Institutions of Higher Education to work together to create some broad and comprehensive measures for system-wide opportunities, including issues such as state funding based in part on student course completion, ways to restructure the state's financial aid programs, the cost of textbooks, efficient space utilization, alternatives to creating new campuses. The board is appointing an 18-member committee with representatives from both business and higher education. The committee will include 7 representatives from business. Those from higher education will include those with backgrounds in areas such as finance, facilities, and academics. Mr. Heldenfels will chair that committee. Ms. Pejovich is going to be a member of the committee as well. I'm glad to say at this point we have 13 acceptances. The others we have just not been able to get a hold of yet. We have had nobody reject the opportunity to participate, I'm glad to say. The committee will have its organizational committee on December 3rd in Dallas. That's a point at which the committee will make some decisions for itself in terms of who they would like to invite in to present to them. It was discussed earlier that the staff cannot provide the background for all of this, and that's absolutely correct. And I know you're going to want to bring in some experts. Because this is being held in conjunction with our annual meeting for regents and trustees, we have modified our program to, in fact, bring in some experts from other states who have had some accomplishments to talk about what's been done in Ohio in terms of funding, to talk to folks in the for-profit sector for higher education who these individuals have actually been in public higher ed previously, to talk about some of the cost efficiencies they see that could apply to higher ed. So that will be the first committee. It's anticipated it will meet monthly thereafter until the end of the spring, and we're anticipating that the committee will take its recommendations to the Board Strategic Planning Committee in June for that committee's review, to have the major policy issue in July be cost efficiencies, what the recommendations are on the table at that point, send those out for review for the higher ed community, which I'm sure will have been monitoring the progress already, and then to bring them back to the board in October before you make your recommendations to the governor the 1st of November.
And David, get with me after the meeting or at some break, because I have an acceptance. I don't know if it overlaps with one of your 13.
It does, and I was glad to receive that one.
You? Okay,
and
good.
I would like help with another one.
And by the way, I said yes also.
Oh, I'm sorry, I just assumed that.
Any questions for David about the report on the governor's executive order? This is informational agenda item, so no action is required. Just want to keep everyone updated. Thank you, David. Agenda item 6C, the next agenda item, is an update on our strategic planning process, and Linda Battles, Associate Commissioner and Project Manager for the strategic planning process, will provide the update. Thanks, Linda.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members. For the benefit of our new board members, I wanted to provide a brief overview of the board's discussion at the July workshop, which led to the development of the key components of the strategic planning process. As you know, the last long-term strategic plan adopted by the coordinating board in 2000 was Closing the Gaps by 2015. We are now past the halfway point of closing the gaps, and while we have made significant progress in several targets of the plan, you have been concerned about many of the critical areas in which the state is falling behind. So in June, you directed the staff to develop a short-term accelerated plan to jumpstart our progress in these critical areas in order to meet the goals of closing gaps by 2015. Later, you'll hear from Susan Brown on the latest draft accelerated plan developed by the staff with input from key external groups. That draft plan will be refined during the strategic planning process as we move along over the next 4 months. In addition, you discussed looking beyond 2015 to begin to lay the foundation for a long-term plan post-closing the gaps in order to position Texas as a national and international leader in higher education. And finally, you discussed the need to develop a statewide public information strategy that will promote post-secondary preparation and educational attainment as urgent state priorities, as well as conducting an assessment of the potential for the College for All Texans Foundation, which is a nonprofit foundation of the coordinating board to become the preeminent advocate in Texas for higher education. The overarching goal of the board's strategic planning process is to establish a student-centered culture at Texas public colleges and universities. A student-centered culture means that student success is the highest priority for an institution, and it is measured by the number of students who complete rigorous programs and degrees with measurable skills necessary for success beyond undergraduate education. And as mentioned earlier, a key objective of the strategic planning process is to evaluate cost efficiencies of institutions of higher education. So we will be closely aligning this work with the work that David Gardner just mentioned on the governor's executive order. This process, the strategic planning process, is being supported by a grant from the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, and the Texas High School Project and Communities Foundation of Texas is serving as our fiscal agent on that grant. I passed out, Judy handed out a timeline of the key dates in the strategic planning process. You'll see October 9th we issued an RFP for strategic planning consulting firms to assist us in this process, and proposals were due on October 26th. An interview panel composed of board members, namely Chairman Ryder and Vice Chairman Heldenfels, as well as a board member from the College for All Texans Foundation, Pam Williford, the commissioner and representative from the Texas High School Project and Communities Foundation of Texas will serve on the interview panel, which we will conduct these interviews tomorrow, and we should have a firm selected by next week, so that we can begin to plan for the process as well as for the November 10th through the 12th board retreat. So we'll know a little more once we've selected that consultant, the details of the retreat, the agenda, how that's going to pan out. So I apologize for not having that information as of yet, but we'll know more after tomorrow. That concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Linda. You know, I would characterize this strategic planning effort as, if not when we close the gaps, what next? And, you know, we're going to close the gaps. We're going to look at how we communicate and implement cultural change among Texas students. And we're going to look at, you know, because closing the gaps just gets us to parity. So what next? We're going to look at what it's going to take to pull Texas up to international competitive standing, and overlaying all of that is how do we also make sure we have the resources necessary to sustain that. So that's what this effort is all about. And Linda, I appreciate that report. Does any of the members have any questions for Linda? Thank you, Linda. It's an information item. Also, no action required other than making sure you've set aside November 11th and 12th on your calendars for the retreat.
Evening of the 10th.
In the evening of the 10th for dinner. Chairman Ryder is treating us to something special, I'm sure. Agenda item 6D is a report on the Higher Education Policy Institute. Dr. Lee Holcomb will present a summary of the work plan for the Higher Education Policy Institute and associated budget. Lee, welcome.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. My remarks today are based upon a report that has been distributed to you today that outlines the achievements and budgets of the past year of the Higher Education Policy Institute, which I refer to hereafter as HEPI, as well as briefly discuss activities and available budget for upcoming fiscal year. An electronic version of the report will be sent via email with the deliverables included as attachments. The $2.5 million grant from the Houston Endowment funds the establishment of HEPI to conduct symposia, review literature, and commission original research to inform state, system, and institutional policy. The 2009-10 fiscal year marks the third year of the four-year grant. The areas of focus include measuring learning outcomes, Hispanic participation and success, and developmental education. And as I will address later, the Commissioner has received approval from the Houston Endowment to look at cost efficiency moving forward. The administrative organization of the Institute, and of course the director, Wendy Erisman, is a senior research specialist. Blanca Snyder is a research associate. We have administrative support and an additional half-time research support. Now I turn my attention to the activities and deliverables for each of these areas of the study that I mentioned. In regards to measuring learning outcomes, An extensive review of the academic and policy literature reveals that recent work from the Association of American Colleges and Universities in measuring student learning holds particular promise for Texas. Their approach has identified 15 general outcomes through a consensus-driven process across the country. The outcomes range from academic areas such as sciences and humanities to critical thinking skills and oral and written communication. The approach uses standards for each of these outcomes to assess work that students actually complete during their regular coursework. Future work in this area includes a brief on innovative uses of technology for learning assessment, K-12 and higher ed levels, and a report on the current general education assessment practices at Texas public colleges and universities. In regards to Hispanic participation and success, an extensive inventory of college access policies in strategically selected states suggests that Texas remains on the forefront of state policies that in regards to Hispanic participation and success. However, other states have implemented innovative policies that Texas should consider, such as an annual dissemination of critical college-going information via direct mailing to student homes in grades 8 through 12. Coherent college planning initiatives centered around mandatory statewide administration of either the PSAT or the plan in 10th grade. And one-stop website designed to facilitate transfer of students from 2-year to 4-year institutions. A review of the latest research and literature on Hispanic participation and success suggests that recent scholarship does not appear to contribute measurably to the policy discussion, but that is, it does justify continuation and expansion of continued state efforts and institutional efforts to enroll and retain Hispanic students. Lastly, THECB has found that institutions in Texas have been successful in offsetting increases in tuition for targeted populations and increased tuition revenues in the deregulated area since 2003. Future work in this arena includes a description of practices that institutions in Texas have implemented that have led to notable Hispanic retention rates or notable improvements in Hispanic retention rates. In regards to developmental education, HEPI's developmental education issue brief identifies a number of core components of effective institutional practice. A sampling of these practices include use of statewide assessment reporting system, data-driven decision-making, small learning communities, high-quality instructors and faculty, and high-quality training. I'm happy to discuss these in more detail. The brief also identifies state-level recommendations, including a funding formula that allows for non-semester length developmental education and rewards student growth. Secondly, fund a technical assistance capacity to assist institutions in their efforts to improve developmental education. In regards to cost efficiency moving forward, the coordinating board staff is developing the overall plan for cost efficiency and will identify a role for HEPI as part of that plan. It is anticipated that the role will be a combination of internally developed products and contracting externally, and we're looking at to the tune of $200,000 to $300,000. To date, HEPI has started a reference library of relevant literature for planning and implementation purposes and is planning on publishing a series of briefs on related issues throughout the project. In regards to expenditures in this last fiscal year, total expenses were approximately $350,000, leaving an ending balance in the last fiscal year of approximately $800,000. Moving forward in the next fiscal year, we have received the fall 2009 installment drawdown of the grant, $637,500, resulting in a beginning balance of this fiscal year of $1.4 million approximately. And we have a total budgeted salaries and fringe moving forward for the fiscal year of $430,000, leaving a balance of approximately $1 million. That concludes my remarks. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Are there any questions for lead board members? Commissioner?
I'd just like to elaborate on a point that Lee made. When we received the executive order to do this cost efficiency study, I contacted the Houston Endowment and spoke to George Granger, who's a program officer who oversees the grant. And I told him that we needed to get the Institute heavily involved in this work. And they gave us permission to use whatever resources, whatever financial resources from the grant were necessary to provide support for this work, so that we can use some of that grant to bring in consultants to do some, to help with the staff work to make sure that we do the cost efficiency study as completely as possible and as efficiently as possible. I also talked to Georgia Granger about our strategic planning process, and so he said that we could use some of the grant funds to help that process as well, so that we not only will have some resources from other foundations, but we have the okay from the Houston Endowment to use the grant for both the cost efficiency study and for the strategic planning process. So that's very useful.
And Lee, I'd ask this to you or to the Commissioner. I mean, remind me, how many more installments do we have under this grant?
One more.
One more subsequent to the one that's outlined here. And is the plan to see HEPI be a sustained organization going forward, and what are our plans as it relates to assessing the quality of the work, and obviously as we go back to the funders, you know, which we'll probably need to be thinking about here within the next 6 months, I would think.
Yes.
And I just, you know, from the board's perspective, you know, what's the plan there, and do we think there's a willingness to continue to fund these efforts on, if not on just this funder, on a broad base?
Well, Lee and I have already talked about that, and we feel that the deliverables that are pending are critical to demonstrating the viability of the Institute. We don't expect that Houston Endowment will fund this institute indefinitely, so we're looking at other potential funders. I've spoken to some representatives from other foundations who might be interested in continuing the work, but the key right now is to make sure that all the deliverables that Lee has already indicated and the ones that we have in the pipeline are done at high levels of excellence that would position us in a way to get further funding. I think the cost efficiency study, and I think the work that is being done on learning outcomes will be critical to securing further funding.
I do have one question, and maybe it wasn't in your scope. This is new to me, but from the sentence from this review, we've concluded that despite more than 25 years of work, no state or national accountability initiative has succeeded. Do you have any feelings on why every one of them has been a failure?
Well, it's due to there are a number of challenges in implementing any sort of accountability system, for example, based upon measuring learning outcomes. In any given assessment that you might approach that you might use needs to be measured by either the extent to which it applies to accountability on a statewide level or for improving the actual institutional improvement. The challenges result from the lack of any given assessments that satisfy both criteria satisfactorily. Either you have an assessment that is a system that is has capacity to drive institutional improvement, or you've got something that is good for accountability. Accountability systems typically use standardized assessments. Standardized assessments tend to lead to some bit of faculty concern whether or not they're well situated to capture fully the complex purposes of higher ed institutions. And so there's that issue. And so one of the things that we talk about in the lit review is the need to make sure that whichever direction we move forward with in Texas, it's done very collaboratively with institutions, and that's ongoing. That's actually through UEAC and through the accountability working groups. We're working with the coordinating board staff in a greater fashion, moving that forward.
It kind of highlights the whole issue of the importance of, from our earlier conversation on lean and being able to measure. And I don't know how everybody gets to decide whether or not they buy in or don't buy into the plan, but it sounds like unless everybody that we're measuring or would like to measure it agrees to do it, and we have some demonstrable method that will end up in the graveyard of 25 years of failure. So we need to keep that in mind.
You can measure it, you can improve it, and you can achieve it. If you can't measure it, change that. Any other questions?
I think I know the answer to this, but I'm going to ask it anyway. I assume there was no legislative appropriations to help us in our efforts to address this executive order.
No.
I knew that, but I thought I'd ask it anyway. Is there any potential that we may be able to get some? Of course, I know it's going to be required that we report before the session convenes next time, but in the future, if we get these added responsibilities to our agencies, have we been very successful in receiving any legislative appropriations to pay for them? And I think I know the answer to that, too. Okay. I'm through.
Sometimes it's better not to be publicly funded on some things.
Pardon me?
Sometimes it's better to have not be publicly funded on some.
Well, you're probably right.
But
it makes it hard for our staff to go out and try to seek some of these private funds, but I think Raymond's doing an excellent job in doing so.
We anticipated that the executive order would come without support to do the work, and so we have been squirreling away some money from a Houston grant to do the work.
Well, I want to commend you on that, your success in that area.
We appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's take one more item before we break for lunch. Agenda item 6E is the presentation on the preliminary headcount enrollment for fall 2009, and Susan Brown, our Assistant Commissioner for Planning and Accountability, will give us this presentation.
And since I am what is standing between you and lunch, I will go through this fairly quickly. Next slide. I want to give you a few caveats. This is the preliminary headcount. It's submitted to the board on the 12th class day. It is submitted in an aggregate form and is not on a student-by-student basis. So there are a lot of limitations about what we know. Mr. Heldenfeld already told you that historically the preliminary count drops by 2 to 6%. We have already gotten some other additional information from the community colleges. Actually, I got it this morning, which says they've had actually, from the amount reported here, there's been about a 24% drop in the community college. They've gone down about 20,000 students from what their preliminary head count was. So just found that one out this morning. So I will try to modify this as we go forward, but we will get those actual numbers out to you as soon as we can. Okay. We have had, one of the things that we've had is we've had 3 new campuses, 11 new community college campuses. That does not mean individual colleges. They have branch campuses all around. So that is one of the things that has played into the new campus, the amount of growth we've had. Next slide. This was the number, 113, almost 114,000 new students or increased enrollment. We've had, like I said, a 20%. That's still almost 100,000 increase in students. So it's still extremely good news. It is still the highest increase we've ever had in higher ed in a one-year time frame. So even though we have lost quite a few students off of that preliminary head count, there is still a large increase. It will get us above our target overall in participation. We're almost 375,000 almost increase in enrollment. Still very good news. Next slide. This shows the breakout by sector. Actually, with the decrease, community colleges will have increased only 11%. That is still a large increase. That's a double-digit increase. So that is still a large increase. And these are for two-year colleges. This is the 85, so now about 65,000 increase. Next. Community colleges still, the two-year colleges versus the four-year colleges. The two-year colleges actually surpassed the enrollment at the four-year colleges back in the early 90s when there was a jump in the tuition and fees. But if you will notice, even though we had big jumps along the way, when the economy slowed down, we'd have a big jump in the enrollment. We never went back down. So even though we've had this big jump, a lot of it probably is due to the economy, if historical trends hold true, we will not go back down below where we've been. The trend line might flatten out, but we probably won't go back down. When the economy goes back up, it flattens. The enrollment trend will flatten, but it doesn't totally drop. So, it's kind of a good news, bad news sort of thing. It seems like once we get people interested and enrolled, we can at least keep them, which is a good thing. Hispanic growth was 36% of the overall increase. The others have increased quite a bit. Last year, Hispanic enrollment was 44% of the overall growth. Again, since I just found out about the community college drop, I don't know where that came into this slide at this point. Good news. We had a large increase. We have surpassed the white target. We have surpassed the African American. This is the one where I want to kind of do this with a little bit of hesitance. We have surpassed the African American enrollment in total. However, if you look at it by gender, and we don't know where the gender falls out for the 09 increase, African American males are not enrolling at the same rate. In 2008, 6.7% of the African American female population was enrolled in higher ed. Only 4.1% of the African American male population was enrolled. So even though our targets for closing the gaps are ethnic specific, they're not gender specific, that is something that we need to be aware of in an area that we might need to focus on, and I'll go into that a little bit later in another presentation I'll be giving on the action plan. Where are the increases? They follow where the population increases. That's not a big surprise, I don't believe, to anybody. The red is where the largest increases were. The yellow on this slide shows where the kind of the mid-range increases, and anything below 3,000 increase for entire region are in the light blue. So even though the percentages seem the same, the numbers can be very different. Majority, here's some of the examples, and the Metroplex is doing something right. UT Arlington had a 3,000, Tarrant 10,000, Dallas 10,000. So these are huge increases. So once again, I don't know where the decreases have come, but these are very large increases there. Houston, Lone Star College and Houston Community College together had over 10,000, almost 11,000 increase. South Texas College 5,000, Alamo 6,600. These are big increases. I have Stephen F. Austin in there, and I want to point that out. Even though it was under 1,000 increase, Stephen F. Austin had either flat or declining enrollment for, I believe, 4 or 5 years now. So having a 1,000 increase for that institution is a huge increase, and it's a wonderful turnaround. Overall, since 2000, I'm going to adjust this. We've had about 375,000 more students. We do expect declines. I'm hoping that this 20,000 decline is pretty much it. So that will be the decline. 75% of the growth was at the community colleges. This probably drops it down to about 70% of the growth. That's still about what we expected in closing the gaps when we started. And Hispanic enrollment is continuing to increase, maybe not as fast as we need, but it is continuing, and it's the largest increase of all the ethnic groups. So are there any questions?
Thank you, Susan. Questions about the presentation on preliminary enrollment?
One question.
Heather?
One of the slides, Susan, that you went over kind of quickly talks about how dual credit is increasing a share of the two-year college enrollment. What kind of a pressure is that putting on the community college system if they're absorbing most of the new growth from the state? Because it looks like the dual credit is increasing as well.
That dual credit is actually a part of their increased enrollment.
Okay.
We count those as individual students. That's an important factor.
Yeah.
This is an individual headcount enrollment. This is not an FTE. So if a student is taking 3 hours or a student is taking 15 hours, they're still a student.
Okay.
So that dual credit is included in that.
So it's not contact hours?
It's not contact hours.
Okay.
And do you know what portion of that community college growth what percentage of that growth is dual credit?
We don't yet, and that's one of those, when we get the individual student data, we'll have that.
Do we have an estimate on what better collection of the for-profit institutions' participation added?
And that is important. One of the things for the for-profit, at this point, we still have a couple of the big players who are in the process of submitting their data. We have 44,000 students. Now, we have been doing an estimate from iPads and stuff, and we expected about 36,000 in our overall, so there's an 8,000 increase right there. We haven't gotten the information from Park University. We haven't gotten it from University of Phoenix, which we know.
Is that coming in?
It is coming in. They're in the process of submitting it.
So that may
jump us back up. We don't
offset some of that usual
decline.
Retraction.
Yes.
Okay. Other questions, members? There's some pretty heady numbers. Really jumps us back on track, but with two very notable exceptions, we're still, even with Hispanic growth and participation, 36% of the number, that's still about 8% or somewhere over 3,000 students shy of the pace we need to be on to be where we want to be by 2015. And the same can be said about enrollment of African American male students. So that's why the action plan we'll talk about later is so important in the strategic planning, because it's good to pat yourself on the back for succeeding in most of our goal areas, but it allows us to focus in on where we need to put our resources in our time. Mr. Chairman, with that, I recommend we take a break for lunch and pick it up with 6F. What time one? What time you all?
Shut up.
All right. Yes, we are let me check my phone. That's my most reliable timepiece now.
I got 12:49, 12:50.
Reconvening at 12:49 on sprint time.
Come on, Sprint. Mine says 12:50.
In the Committee on Strategic Planning, let's pick up with agenda item 6F, which is consideration of adopting the recommendation to certify Texas Research Incentive Program gift funds to the emerging research universities. I want to point out this approval recommendation is only for the proration of matching funds for fiscal year 10 based on the deposits received by these institutions as of September 1st. Susan Brown will be presenting this agenda item.
Thank you, and I'm going to go over this one again very quickly. In June, HB 51 was signed by the governor's office. In July, the staff met with institutional representatives from the 7 emerging research institutions to come up with some draft rules, which were approved on the consent calendar this morning. And those were the rules that we have been following during this entire process. Matches were, institutions had 30 days to submit all the paperwork required. They submitted, they submitted a deposit slip or deposit from the bank, whether it was a transfer or whatever. They submitted their executed donor agreement, and they submitted any other materials that would go with that designate what the donation was for. Go ahead, next slide. And donations had to be on research. Graduate students, research facilities, endowed chairs, all sorts of, but it had to be on research, and that was pretty much the designation in the statute. We logged the donor agreements, we verified deposits, the deposit date, because in the legislation was very specific that it had to be in date order of when the funds were deposited, not when they were received, but when they were deposited. We looked at the donation uses. We compared all the information received, anything that was questionable we discussed. We went back to the institution for more information, and we discussed it with the commissioner, deputy commissioner, and then had the legal counsel review those decisions. What you'll be getting is a proration, because we only received $25 million for fiscal year 10. Next slide. The legislation was very specific about the amount of match depending on the amount of the donation, and that's on the slide here. This slide right here shows the amount of the donations that were received that were deemed eligible by each institution, and then the prorated amount. As I said, we only received $25 million. The other amount of these funds that are eligible will be the first ones funded in FY11. So September 1 of 2010 is when they will receive the rest of those funds. Since that time, we have received some additional funds. We have not gone in and looked to make sure that these are all eligible. And we actually received one just the other day before yesterday, of 1.35 from UT San Antonio. We haven't gone back and looked because they're not going to get any of this money until September of 2010 anyway. So during this time, we will be bringing these back to you if we deem them eligible for the match. This slide shows some of the uses, and these uses are specified in the donor agreements. That's endowed chairs, facilities, graduate fellowships, and then you'll see just research. In those donor agreements, the donors wrote in for research purposes. So basically leaves it totally up to the institution as long as it's a research purpose to use the funds. So that's why you'll see that one. And here's the areas of research, and you can't see some of those. It's $6 million for other. Other includes law, sociology, chemistry, history, public administration, communications, those sort of things. But these are the areas where most of the research funds were donated.
All right, any questions, members, for Susan?
Susan, I might have missed this, but at what point is the turnoff for this first $25 million? You may have mentioned it. I mean, at what point they could begin September 1?
There is no cutoff date in the legislation. The program started on September 1. However, because of the amount of the submissions that we received that were all deposited on September 1, the first $25 million is gone.
Fully subscribed.
Fully subscribed.
So the next $25 million will be available
on September 1 of 2010, which is fiscal year 11. So the way the legislation is written, the amount that was not funded this year, which we had received $48.8 million that were eligible for matching, we only had $25 million, so the $23.8 million will be coming out of that. And then we will go in date order from the other additional gifts that were donated.
So money that they begin to deposit now will go towards the next $25 million.
Well, that $25 million, if everything that's been submitted at this time really is deemed eligible, that $25 million will be gone.
Yeah.
So we will continue to accept any of the donations and the information on any of the donations, and we will just keep a running log in date order. So if additional funds become available, we will fund those. That would be 2012, going on out as funds become available.
Does the legislation mandate a cutoff as to when these funds will no longer be available? I understand they're coming from a $500 million, quote, dormant fund.
That's a different fund. That is actually the National Research University Fund, and that is if the constitutional amendment passes, those funds actually go to a different program. This program was allocated funds through the legislation. Through general revenue.
These were both part of HB 51. This is a different bucket.
This is a different
bucket. You got a different bucket.
So there's about
constitutional amendment doesn't have anything to do with this money.
Correct.
Right.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Any other questions? If not, do I have a motion to adopt the recommendation to certify the trip gift funds as presented?
Move to adopt.
Have a motion from Elaine and a second from Joe. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, same sign. Agenda item 6G is on the consent calendar, so we'll go to agenda item 6H, which is 6H are the actions taken by the Committee on Strategic Planning and Policy on construction, rehab, and property purchase projects. There are 11 projects that the committee approved at its last meeting September 23rd. This is an information item only. Does anyone have any questions about these projects? If not, we'll move on to agenda item 6I, which is a report on facilities decisions made by the commissioner or assistant commissioner since the previous board meeting. There's a list of these projects as well in your board books. It's informational only and no action is required. Does anyone have any questions about any of these projects? Hearing none, we'll move on to agenda item 6J, the next agenda item, which is consideration of adopting the committee's recommendation relating to the proposed mission statement and table of programs for the University of North Texas, Dallas. McGregor Stevenson will provide us the background on this.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members. Dr. John Price is here today if there are any questions, but this is for the establishment of the new University of North Texas at Dallas as it moves toward independent status. This is simply their initial mission statement and table of programs that will be used for their institution when it becomes separate.
Any questions regarding this? I like the inclusion, Dr. Davis, of the core values of virtue and civility along with reasoning and accountability. I think it's well written, so now you just have to make it happen. Chair would entertain a motion to approve and adopt this. Motion from Brenda Pavich. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Elaine. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Item 6K is consideration of adopting the committee's recommendation relating to the University of Texas at Dallas request to offer a Master of Science degree and a Doctor of Philosophy in Biomedical Engineering, jointly offered in partnership with the University of Texas at Arlington and the University of Texas Southwestern Medical Center at Dallas. McGregor?
Thank you very much. This is an opportunity to allow 3 of our major institutions to work together to present a master's and doctoral program in biomedical engineering, taking advantage of some of the expertise among their existing faculty and among existing research centers in those 3 locations to bring the state a new doctoral and master's program. And it does take advantage of, as I said, a lot of existing resources while still bringing a high measure of excellence to the program in the Metroplex. I'm sorry, I think there are a couple. Dr. Daniel is here from UT Dallas, and so if there are any questions, I think there are members from the program that could be answered.
All right. Members, any questions regarding this proposal?
I'd like to make a brief statement. As I studied this, I was very impressed, and I want to compliment those, if they're here, and how they collaborated between the best of the best, and that was very impressive. To me, it was.
Good observations. I think we share those. Any further questions? If none, then Chair will entertain a motion to adopt.
So moved.
Have a motion from Dr. Golden. Is there a second? Second from Lynn. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, same sign. Agenda item 6L was on the consent calendar, so we'll go to agenda item 6M1 and 2. 6M1, this is consideration of adopting the committee's recommendation relating to request to create MITCs, multi-institutional teaching centers. The first request is from Collin County Community College District, Dallas Baptist University, Texas A&M Commerce, Texas Women's University, UT Dallas, University of North Texas, all working together to create a multi-institutional teaching center in McKinney, Texas. McGregor?
Thank you very much. Again, this is an opportunity to take advantage of institutions that are willing to serve the McKinney area and to take higher education opportunities into that location without duplication. And the institutions have worked together to identify specific degree programs that each of the individual institutions will offer in that area and have developed a guiding board or to moderate decisions among the group. Collin Community College District is offering, Collin County Community College District is providing the facility for this group, and will be working with this institution as the lead facilitator. If there are any questions, and I believe Collin County folks were here, thank you, and could answer questions, and there are representatives of some of the other institutions as well.
Brief highlight is that this program would offer 23 unduplicated programs, 12 baccalaureate and 11 masters, so it's an impressive scope of work. Any questions regarding this item? If not, do I have a motion to adopt? Motion from Joe and a second from Lynn. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Item 6M2, similar request from Alamo Colleges, St. Mary's University, Texas Tech, Texas State University, Wayland Baptist, Our Lady of the Lake University, Texas A&M San Antonio, UTSA, and the University of the Incarnate Word to create a multi-institutional teaching center in North San Antonio. McGregor?
Thank you very much. And this location is in northeast San Antonio and is based on the location of one of the existing colleges of the Alamo Community College District. I'm sorry, not based upon one of the existing. They had a location and are moving to their newest campus, I believe, and based upon that, they're now opening the site, their previous site, for a multi-institution teaching center. Again, these institutions have gotten together and are working toward having very explicit agreements among the organizations so that they will not duplicate courses at that location. It is an opportunity to try and reach out to a part of the community where there is not a large presence for higher education, and to try and reach into the community as there is a dynamic change going on with Fort Sam Houston and some of those areas in that part of the community. And I know there are folks here from some of the organizations involved with the process.
This proposal is going to offer 36 unduplicated degrees, 24 baccalaureate, 12 masters. So, again, a pretty impressive collaborative effort for creating more opportunity for success. Any questions or discussion on this proposal, Lynn?
Mr. Chairman, just a quick question for McGregor. Is there a procedure in place if there's a dispute about whether or not a program is being duplicated, or they just work it out in good faith? Or?
Typically, the way that the agreements are set up between the institutions involved is that there is a specific process to go through, that each of the institutions has a vote and can, in terms of how they're bringing in additional programs. And so there is a very set standard, and that is generally the first thing that they resolve before they move much farther, is making sure everybody understands how that process is going to take place.
Thank you.
Good question. I suppose that duplication is kind of like beauty. It's in the eye of the beholder, so it's good they start with that process. Any further questions? If not, the Chair will entertain a motion to approve this.
So moved, Mr. Chair.
Motion from Elaine and a second from Wallace. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Next item is agenda item 6N1 and 2, which were on the consent calendar, as was item 6O. So we'll move to agenda item 6P, which is consideration of the committee's recommendation to issue a request for applications for the hospital-based nursing program. McGregor?
Thank you very much. This is a program that was actually created in 2007 but did not receive funding. The legislature came in this last session and appropriated $5 million or $2.5 million a year to be allocated for the hospital-based nursing shortage reduction program, which provides for partnerships between private, non-state or federally funded hospitals to partner with institutions of higher education for the provision of nursing education. The intent is to provide for an alternative method of increasing the number of nursing students and nursing graduates by having this partnership with private industry and the private hospitals. Toward that end, we have prepared and are ready to go forward with seeking applicants for these grants, and in order to do so, we needed to have the board consider and approve the release of RFA.
Questions, members? Approximately how many nursing students will this benefit?
At this point in time, I'm going to call Dr. Silverman up and let her proceed further. I think it's going to depend on the number of programs that we have and that we decide to fund in this period.
Good afternoon. I think the goal is to have each of the programs really increase their graduates by at least 20. So 20 is kind of our base number, and we hope they go up from there.
And how many programs?
We're thinking we'll probably start with maybe 5 projects. And the program really is unique in that it is going to allow students, actual employees of hospitals, to stay on site and then do their education on-site. And the partnerships, they'll take a variety of forms. We're going to go send some staff out to look at what's up and running, to look at some different models. We'll get a better idea once we have that information back. But the goal is really to produce more nurses and to streamline that effort.
Thank you.
Will this involve BSN programs and ADN programs?
It will involve anything leading to the RN licensure, so LVN and BSN, yes.
Any further questions, members? If not, the chair will entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
Have a motion from Dr. Golden and a second from Dr. Phillips. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Agenda item 6Q is next for consideration. 6Q1 was on the consent calendar. Items 6Q2 through 4, which were removed from the consent calendar, I would like to, for these three items, I would like to request a motion that these, which are all relating to distance education and off-campus instruction, be withdrawn from this agenda until staff has time to consult with the institutions on a number of unresolved issues. We were going to take a sort of partial step with these rule changes to set up the shell, but staff is now recommending that we sit down with the institutions and come back with a more substantive, completed rule change at a later date. So I would like to have a motion to withdraw.
Move to withdraw.
A motion to withdraw 6Q2, 3, and 4. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Joe. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Next item is item 6Q5, consideration of adopting the committee's recommendation relating to a new Chapter 4, Subchapter N, Sections 4.225 to 4.229 of the Board Rules concerning public access to course information as relates to HB 2504 from the 81st Texas Legislative Session. McGregor, even though we all have that memorized, would you please elaborate?
Certainly. The focus of this bill was to provide online access to information regarding the full course syllabi and the faculty curriculum vitae for each course that is offered at a public university at the undergraduate level. And from that perspective, the rules were laid out to accomplish that goal. Each of the courses, and including the syllabi and the CVs, would have to be accessible within 3 clicks from the front page of the website. And so there are some technical aspects to that, but presently most of the institutions and their faculty are posting already the faculty CVs in one location. By SAC's requirements, they are already required to have a syllabi for their course, a syllabus for individual courses. So this is not a significant change in terms of the amount of work that is required to develop these documents. The change is having them available in electronic format and online prior to the beginning of the semester. And so with that in mind, the institutions are moving in that direction. The fall semester, actually this has to be implemented by August of 2010 in order to meet with the deadline in the statute. And so we are moving forward in that route. One note before we get too much farther, we'll be making a technical correction at the top of the white page in terms of below subchapter N, public access to, and in brackets it says course and. We made an error, and instead of crossing out course and, we should have crossed out and cost. So we will just be making that technical correction.
Is that going to require reposting? Or?
No, sir, it does not.
Okay, so it would just then read public access to information.
Public access to course information.
Okay. I'm with you. All right.
And this is something, I've spoken to the presidents of the faculty senates and the chief academic officers and a number of other groups discussing what's in here, and so I think that everyone's aware and understands what we're dealing with. The biggest question that is typically raised has to do with a requirement that has each institution must have a plan for placing student evaluations on the internet, and that is not a requirement. Actually placing them on the internet is not a requirement in the current statute or rule, but there is a requirement that they plan for how to do that, and so that has been one of the areas of most interest.
Okay. Thank you for that explanation. I love that three-click rule. The whole world should live on the three-click rule. Are there any questions about this item? Not, Lynn?
Quick question. I guess the link to the income or the budget means that the faculty member's salary is not going to be recorded. You've got to go to the budget, figure out maybe sort of approximately what it might be.
Correct. I believe that's right. And the institutions have these materials already in one form or another, which they're building into their total budget. So this was the language that we tried to use in order to not require a newly created document.
I just had one small comment. So the schools have until August of 10 to implement this?
Yes, sir.
Just want to point out that seems like a long time to do something that's pretty small, and everything's digital already. It's not electronic, or it is. But I know we're government, as they were saying earlier, but all these time frames need to be shortened.
And that was the time frame that was allowed in the statute. And so that was why we went with that time frame, so as not to cut anyone off and be shorter than what was allowed in statute.
That was dictated by the legislation.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions? Good questions.
I'm finding, as McGregor said, a lot of our institutions are already they're long ways in terms of meeting the statutory requirement. So I don't think it's going to be a problem for them to complete that by the time the law requires them to do
There's
so.
nothing that says they have to wait till August.
No,
right.
But a lot of them are pretty much embracing this already, from what I can tell.
Good comment. If there are no further questions, the chair will entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
A motion from Dr. Golden. Is there a second?
Second?
Second from Elaine. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Item 6Q6 was on the consent calendar, so we'll go to 6Q7, which is consideration of adopting the committee's recommendation relating to new Chapter 5, Subchapter G, Sections 5.120 to 5.122 of Board Rules concerning strategic planning and grant programs related to emerging research and/or research universities, part of HB 51 in the last session. McGregor?
Thank you very much. This is, again, in response to legislation, and provides that the emerging research and research institutions have a strategic plan for research and grant programs. This is designed, I think, in part to really refocus and give them the opportunity to identify the steps that are necessary for them to be successful in their pursuit of a Tier 1 status for those institutions, or the maintenance in the case of UT and A&M as research institutions. For that reason, we just incorporated the information from the bill into the rule. The one comment from the UT system was incorporated in that the timing of the updates for the strategic plan will be in sync with the 4-year cycle for mission statements and table of programs, but will be 1 year after the submission of the mission statements and table of programs, so that they don't have to be doing everything at once, and yet will still be on a 4-year cycle for update and review.
And that timing is April 1st of 2010.
The first installment for all of the institutions would be April 1st, and subsequent to that it would be every 4 years, the year after their mission statement.
McGregor, do the board members have a copy of the proposed guidelines? This rule allows us to set up guidelines for the strategic plan, but the guidelines are not embedded in the rules.
Correct, and if they don't, we'll be happy to get them.
That's just a 2-page outline that we're giving to these institutions as their guidelines for the strategic plan that we made some tweaks to. Any questions about this item? 3 pages, sorry. If not, do I have a motion to adopt?
So moved.
Motion from Dr. Phillips. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Wallace. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. The next item is item 6Q8, which is consideration of adopting the committee's recommendation relating to new Chapter 5, Subchapter H, Sections 5130 to 5134 Board Rule concerning university funding for excellence in specific programs and field incentive grant awards, also from HB 51, 81st session. McGregor?
Thank you, sir. This section of HB 51 is actually targeted to those institutions which are non-research or emerging research. And it is designed to give them an opportunity for two things. The first is for the benchmarks, is to give them the ability to identify the steps that would need to be taken to take a program at any level, undergraduate through graduate, to national prominence. And in order to do that, the coordinating board staff would work with the institution. The institution would identify the program. We would identify an external expert to come in and work to identify how to take the institution from where they are now with the degree program to a program of national prominence. And those three benchmarks that would be for each degree program that is identified in this way would be then given the opportunity when they hit a benchmark to receive funding from the state. Now, one of the components of this is there was no funding put aside for this program for the benchmarks. The intent of the legislature was that since it's very difficult to evaluate with the 28 institutions or 29 institutions that would be eligible for this, how many would come in any given year, and in order to do that, they didn't want to allocate a big pot of money and have it not be spent in that biennium. So their intent was to have the coordinating board come back to the legislature at the next legislative session and say, okay, we had 5 institutions hit benchmarks in the past biennium, and we recommend funding level for this amount for these 5 benchmarks. And so it's going to be based upon previously hitting a benchmark and then have the legislature requested for additional funding. The incentive program is, rather than trying to identify ways to build a nationally recognized program, the incentive program is to recognize those that have already been identified as nationally ranked or of national prominence. And we would actually be working with the institutions again to bring in national experts in the areas and have them evaluate whether or not this program is of national prominence. And if it is, then in the same way we would seek recognition from the legislature through funding to recognize those institutions which did have programs of national excellence.
As a reminder, these grants were designated but not funded, and that was to be $500,000 per for one degree program of reaching national excellence, or if that degree program was in a STEM field, a $1 million grant. McGregor, where do we stand on developing the criteria by which to gauge these?
Each individual program is going to have to be evaluated individually because we're going to have submissions from, we presume, across all different types of programs. We are going to have to bring in national experts for peer review purposes.
We're not setting specific criteria, but we did form an advisory committee with some institutional representatives, did we not? About how this process?
I'm going to have to defer here.
No, we've developed some draft application forms, and we're going to send those out to the institutions in the next week for feedback.
All right.
The peer review process and bringing in the external consultants to do that, we hope will be enough of it at arm's length to give the institutions a level of comfort where they will feel like they're succeeding on their own merits and not having the coordinating board staff be an interference.
And it is certainly possible that some of these institutions already have programs of national recognition that would be able to submit and request funding for next session.
Yes,
without further.
Right, and they will be submitting those applications to us beginning in the spring, or I guess as soon as we get the guidelines posted this fall, and we'll be moving forward with those as we can.
Excuse me. Mr. Chairman, may I ask a question?
Dr. Golden.
Are these grants limited to only, and you may have mentioned this, I missed it, only to the 7 emerging research institutions, or is it to any university across the state?
It's only to those which are non-research or non-emerging research.
Okay. This gives them an opportunity to have some recognition.
Right. It takes out the 2 research and the 7 emerging research, and the remainder are eligible for this.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, just, McGregor, do you envision that that as these programs of excellence are developed by these different institutions, that as we roll into the legislative session, will we be asked to provide evaluation of those programs and do any type of staff ranking analysis? Or, I mean, I'm thinking like a tuition revenue bond type of assessment we've historically done, or is an issue that we just basically give an opinion regarding that it's met the guidelines for, a program that, demonstrates excellence, for that one institution.
I think for the benchmarks, that's going to have to be a recommendation from the coordinating board to the legislature, because I don't believe they made any reference to an amount of funding for those, for each benchmark. And so those are going to have to be evaluated either individually or with some type of rubric to allow us to determine, okay, hitting this type of benchmark is worth this much, hitting this type of benchmark is worth this much, or are all benchmarks created equal? And that it's just a question of whether or not you hit a benchmark, we're going to recommend that you get X amount of money.
But each institution is eligible for just one grant.
Correct.
Under this
That's correct.
program. So they're not really competing with one another.
Well, in terms of, I'll make an argument that they can't.
A program nationally recognized.
I think in terms of they can only have one program at a time. So theoretically, if one was able to push through fairly quickly and begin on a second round, then there's a competition there, or at least a competitive spirit, I would hope. So from that perspective, I don't know. They're not competing directly against each other. They're competing against their own benchmark.
Any other questions regarding 6Q8? If not, the chair will entertain a motion to adopt.
Move to approve.
Motion from Elaine. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Lynn. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Next item is 6Q9. Consideration of the Commissioner's recommendation relating to amendments to Chapter 6, Subchapter D, Section 681, 683 of Board Rules, and new Section 684 concerning Texas Hospital-Based Nursing Education Grant Program. Members of the committee, if you'll recall, we didn't vote on these amendments to Chapter 6 at our Strategic Planning Committee meeting because the comment period didn't end until October 4th, so we will now need to vote as a board on these amendments today. McGregor?
And again, these are for innovations in nursing education. It's to provide for new means of identifying best practices and increasing the number of nurses in the system, and based on hospital education programs as opposed to institutional education programs.
Any questions about this rule change? Commissioner, any comments from you? If there's no further questions, the chair will entertain a motion to approve. So moved. Second. A motion from Dr. Golden, was it, and a second from Wallace. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, same sign. Items 6Q10, 11, 12, and 13 were on the consent calendar. So we get to jump to 6Q14, which is consideration of adopting the committee's recommendation relating to amendments to Chapter 9, Subchapter E, Sections 992, 993, and 995 of Board Rules concerning certificate and associate degree programs. McGregor?
This is more in our effort to become more streamlined in our program approval process and taking it down to the certificate and associate degree programs so that institutions have more authority and more flexibility in their course offerings and are able to respond more quickly to changing workforce demands and community needs. To that end, they will have to certify, as we do at the baccalaureate and master's level, to meeting certain standards. And at that point in time, then we will automatically approve those degree programs as long as after the 30-day comment period there are no negative comments or comments which would cause us to have to evaluate further. And so at the certificate and associate level, that's where we would be going, which would mirror the baccalaureate and associate, baccalaureate and master's.
Any questions, members, or discussion on this item? Lynn?
Move approval.
I have a motion from Lynn for approval. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Elaine. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Items 6Q15 and 16 were on the consent calendar, so we'll move to 6Q17. That is consideration of adopting the committee's recommendation relating to amendments to Chapter 9, Subchapter J, Sections 9181 and 9183 of the Board Rules, and proposed new Chapter 9, Subchapter J, Sections 9184 to 9186 of the Board Rules, and repeal of Chapter 9, Subchapter J, Sections 9184 to 9186 of the current Board Rules concerning academic associate degree programs. McGregor.
And just as we just voted on the approval for associate degree and certificate programs, this is based for the academic associate degree programs. Previous ones were based on workforce education. We have them separate in our program rules, and so have them revised accordingly so that they both have to meet the same standards and go through the same process for approval.
Any questions for McGregor regarding this item? Chair will entertain a motion.
So moved.
Motion from Lynn. Is there a second? Second from Joe. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Items 6Q, 18, 19, 20, and 21 were on the consent calendar, so we'll move to agenda item 6Q, 22, which is consideration of adopting the committee's recommendation relating to a new Chapter 21, Subchapter T, Sections 21.610 to 21.614 of Board Rules concerning the vaccination against bacterial meningitis for students approved to reside in on-campus dormitories or other on-campus housing facilities at institutions of higher education. This in correspondence with HB 4189. McGregor?
Thank you very much, sir. And again, this is legislatively required rules. They require that any student, first-time student in the university, who is going to live on campus in on-campus housing, must receive the bacterial meningitis vaccination 10 days or more prior to entering campus for their first semester. For that reason, there have been some concerns raised by the institution with regard to international students and other students who may not have been made aware of this in time to do so. And we chose, basically for a number of reasons, the first being that we didn't have a lot of flexibility with the statute, but we also believe that as this is still the end of October, there are 2 months between now and the time when the bill takes effect in January, within which institutions who do have new transfer or first-time students coming in from overseas, or new students, period, coming into the dorms or on-campus housing, do have time in which to inform the students that if they wish to move on to campus immediately at the beginning of the semester, they need to have taken care of this vaccination before then. And so we are moving forward with the rules to be in compliance with the statute and to provide the students with as much notice as possible.
All right, thank you, McGregor. Any questions on this item, members? If not, the chair will entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
Second. Motion from Wallace, a second from Lynn. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Next item is agenda item 6Q23, which is adopting the Commissioner's recommendation relating to the repeal of Chapter 21, Subchapter J, Sections 21251 through 21263 of Board Rules, and adopting Chapter 21, Subchapter J, new Sections 21251 through 21262, concerning the physician education loan repayment program of our Board Rules, and this has to do with HB 2154. It's recommended for adoption with changes to the proposed text as published in the Texas Register, and Lisa Moeller, Director of Loan Programs, is going to present this item. Hopefully she knew to expect that. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon. If you'd like me to explain a little bit about the House Bill 2154 made changes to the statute for the Physician Education Loan Repayment Program. Physicians that qualify will be eligible for up to $160,000 in student loan repayments over a period of 4 years. These rules, I think the changes that were made between the proposed rules and the recommended rules before you will make available loan repayment to physicians who provide services to the neediest in the state, while at the same time focusing on providing health care services to people in rural areas. Are there any particular questions you have?
Do we, since the adoption being proposed has changes to what was published in the Texas Register, can you highlight what?
Actually, there were quite a few comments and some very good ones. I would say that one of the concerns that was expressed from several groups was that by requiring physicians to provide unlimited or to not be able to turn away any patients on the basis of inability to pay or lack of insurance would discourage physicians completing their residencies from going to rural areas, because it would be very difficult to sustain a practice that takes all comers, as they said in their comments. So what we did was we moved the language from the eligibility criteria section to the application ranking criteria section, so that the first priority applications are going to be renewal applicants, with the first priority assigned to those renewal applications from primary care physicians. And then secondly, applications from primary care physicians practicing in rural, geographic, whole county HIPSAs, and applications from physicians practicing in federally qualified health centers or practice sites that accept patients on a sliding fee scale and follow a policy of providing health care to all who present for care. So by moving that to the application ranking section, it isn't a requirement that the physician take some certain or that the physician cannot turn any patients away, but all physicians in the program do have to accept Medicaid assignment as full payment for services and also CHIP patients. So that was one of the changes that it was, we felt the comments were very helpful.
Members, any questions?
I have a couple of questions. What's your definition of how do we define a rural needy area? And I know there's certain federal definitions of that were existed at least some time back. Now, how is that defined now?
Well, I might call on my colleague at the Texas Department of State Health Services, but I would just say that all physicians in this program must practice in a primary care health professional shortage area, and that is a federal designation. And there are some designations that are rural, geographic, whole county health professional shortage areas.
Some of these areas, and I don't know whether it's presently being done, but in the past, physicians were receiving bonuses if they, in terms of their payments, if they practiced in these needy areas. Now, these were in forms of federal dollars and state dollars that were paid at the end of the year if you, based on your income from these agencies and from some of these programs, if you practice in those designated rural needy areas. Is that still in existence? So what I'm asking is are we actually rewarding these people but are we continually rewarding them with bonus pay in addition to forgiving them for some of their student loans if they serve 4 years?
I can answer the question about the bonuses. There is a Medicare bonus, which is a 5% bonus on the reimbursement or the payment for the service that is available to physicians who are working in designated health professional shortage areas. And that program does exist. Generally, the Medicare rates for rural physicians are set lower than they are for urban area physicians. So The 5% bonus is for physicians that are in health professional shortage areas.
Are those same areas, by definition, going to be the same areas that this program will adopt in terms of defining the geographical area that these physicians can practice in and still receive their $160,000, up to $160,000 forgiveness for student loans? Is that,
yes.
Is that by definition?
It's the same area.
It's by definition going to be the same geographical area.
Right, and that's
so that's going to be defined already.
That's what was in the legislation, is that the physicians be working in a health professional shortage area.
How did y'all come up with the definition of primary care? Because that's oftentimes debated as to who's included in primary care medicine, whether that's the primary care physician or the OBGYN. We have state statutes now that have defined in Texas who constitutes primary care. For instance, we've gone back and amended several years ago to include OBGYNs as primary care providers, where women can go into the healthcare system through an OBGYN without going through a PCP and getting a referral into their OBGYN. You familiar with that?
Yes. We used the same professions that are used to designate the health professional shortage areas, and the same physicians that are used for National Health Service Corps, which is a federal loan repayment program, with one difference. We added geriatrics.
Noticed you did that.
At the recommendation of the Medical Association.
For the TMA?
Right.
So does that person have to be board certified in geriatrics before they're qualified to be considered a primary care provider in geriatrics, or does they just have to constitute a large majority of their patient population as being geriatric?
They have to be board eligible to be considered a geriatrician for this program.
Board eligible, but not board certified.
One of the recommended changes that we agreed with was that apparently it does take so long for some folks to receive their board certification for reasons beyond their control in many cases, that for the fourth year of loan repayment, the person must have received board certification, but they can receive their first, second, and third year of loan repayment following a year of service each time without the certification. Also, something I'm not sure if it's worth noting that subspecialists are eligible for loan repayment. It's just that they're not in the highest priority groups.
Would this statute allow, because we're seeing a significant shortage in certain parts of the state in dental providers, and there's a large segment of patients that Medicaid does not provide for dental services. And you've got a lot of dentists, and there's a major problem within the state right now with dental providers being willing to participate in the Medicaid program. So you've got a lot of patients that the state is obligated or someone's obligated to do something with. And is there any incentive to induce some of these providers into this type of program, or does this program lock them out?
Actually, there is a program called the Children's Medicaid Loan Repayment Program, and it's one of the strategic initiatives that came out of the lawsuit, the Frew versus Hawkins lawsuit many years ago, and there are the Department of State Health Services is playing a large role in administering that program. I don't know how many dentists have applied so far, but
how old is that program?
Dentists that meet certain, sir?
How old is that program?
How old is it?
Yeah, I mean, is it been
it's
around?
very new.
Very new, okay, I would think
that's
so.
Right.
I'm on Friday afternoons in my practice, I'm an eye doctor. I treat a lot of dental problems, particularly patients in acute pain. They're patients of mine as an eye care provider, but they're on Medicaid, and their dentist simply won't. There's not a dentist that'll take them. So what I try to do is get them out of pain and try to get them to a dentist to take care of their problem. And I mean, that's a real problem in the rural parts of the state, and that's where I practice. So I'm glad that we're addressing that issue also. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Dr. Belden. Any further questions? If not, the chair will entertain a motion to
So
adopt
moved.
this. We have a motion from Dr. Golden. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Elaine. All in favor, say aye. Opposed, same sign. Item 6Q24 was on the consent calendar, so we move to item 6Q25, which is consideration of adopting the Commissioner's recommendation related to Chapter 21, Subchapter P, new sections 21.2220 through 21.2222 of Board Rules concerning provisions for uniform standards for publication of cost of attendance information in compliance with HB 2504 and SB 1764. McGregor?
Sorry, I lost track of you.
Would you like me to do that?
I would, actually.
Okay, I'd be more than happy to.
Thank you.
Truthfully, there's nobody written on my script, so I'm just guessing.
And believe me, sir, we're going to have a discussion about that later, about...
You put this script together, McGregor?
I was going, wait a minute, I don't have any more tabs.
Hi, good afternoon. Senate Bill 1764 and House Bill 2504 required that the coordinating board come up with uniform standards for institutions when they display the cost of attendance to students, so it would be consumer-friendly, easy to understand. It also requires that we come up with a tool for incoming freshmen to use, and prior to that, you could use this too, letting students know what the actual cost of attendance is going to be, or the net price. So when you look at the cost of attendance and you take out what financial aid you'd be eligible for, here's the real price you pay. And so we're working on that, and that's what these rules do, is let the institutions know that they've got to comply with those two things. We had comments. The comments were great. We took them into consideration. One of the comments was that we needed to have a more standardized definition of first-time entering student, and suggested that we use a federal definition. We did that. I also said that we should have a definition of net price in addition to net cost of attendance. We added that, and then just to clarify that the commissioner will be designating the standards to the institutions by January 1st.
All right, thank you. Good explanation. It looks like we got good comments from the institutions, as you said. Any questions, members? Sounds like applied common sense through legislation. Chair will entertain a motion to adopt. Have a motion from Wallace. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Elaine. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
You'll be relieved to remember and recall that agenda items 6Q, 26, 27, 28, and 29 are all on the consent calendar. We'll move to agenda item 6R, which is a brief report on proposals approved by the Commissioner or Assistant Commissioner since the board meeting. This is an information item only. Are there any questions regarding the report behind 6QR? I'm sorry, 6R, no Q.
It's a new letter in the alphabet.
If there are no questions, then we'll move on to the last item, the Committee on Strategic Planning and Policy. Agenda item 6S is a summary of compliance notifications resulting from institutional effectiveness evaluations of associate degree granting institutions. This is also an information item. Are there any questions or comments? Hearing none, Mr. Chairman, this concludes the report of the Committee on Strategic Planning and Policy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Next agenda item is agenda item Roman numeral 8, which is our new Closing the Gaps Committee. And I'll call on Chairperson Elaine Mendoza for that report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and just so the record reflects, our committee agenda is leaner than Mr.
We're going to do something about that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This afternoon, we're going to go through some really cool stuff as well. We're going to hear about the Closing the Gaps Accelerated Action Plan. We're going to look at targets as well as the action as it relates to those ethnicity as well as critical fields targets. We're going to hear about the exciting new alignment program that we hope will stand as a template for other degree programs so that we can facilitate progress from the 2-year to the 4-year. We're going to touch on the uniform recruitment and retention strategy, which keeps evolving over time in order to get it as really an effective tool to increase participation and success. also touch on the uniform admissions policies, which we'll hear from a little bit later, and again conclude with some aspects of developmental education that we'll be touching on. Real briefly, the developmental education staff attended the College Academic Support Conference in San Antonio last week. Dr. Laredo delivered the keynote luncheon address, developmental education initiatives, and the DE plan approved by the board in July. Tamara also held a town hall to answer questions about the DE plan and about grant opportunities with the CB, which again we'll be hearing about later. So moving on to the agenda, item 8B is the discussion on Closing the Gaps Accelerated Plan, and you received the Accelerated Action Plan under a separate cover. This is for discussion only so that the plan can be further refined based on the board's strategic plan that is under development. Susan Brown, Associate Commissioner of Planning and Accountability, is able to answer any questions. So Susan, take it away, and I believe we have materials at our
You do have
display.
materials. You have both the plan and a copy of the presentation, and I'm going to go through this very quickly. Why focus on these targets? The big reason we were focusing on these targets is because these are the targets where we are the furthest behind in the overall 2015 goals of closing the gaps. Now, you will see that there has been, since the last time the strategic, or closing the gaps, sorry, wrong committee, since the Closing the Gaps Committee looked at this plan, we actually took the plan to the Hispanic Task Force and the African American Male Task Force and received some comments back from them that have been included. The biggest change that you will find in this is that we have separated out the African American males as a separate action plan to focus on that population. And that gets back to what I was talking about earlier in the overall enrollment, and that is that the African American males are so far behind the females that even though we're on track for overall for African American enrollment, we are not on track for the African American males, and that's an important distinction to make. And so we have targeted them in the newest action plan. I'm not going to say the final one, but the newest action plan. And we wanted to make you aware of that. Next slide. These are the fields that we are targeting. It's, as you can see, those are the same. African American males are the new one, and it is participation and success, both of those fields. Next one. I'm going to go over the overarching principles. And it's important because a lot of these principles not only are targeted to the Hispanics or the African American males, but they follow all the way through, and these are the course completions, the focus on success, looking at financial aid and targeting, trying to make the most efficient use of the financial aid dollars that we do have. These are all things, some of these will also feed into the cost efficiencies and the other work that's being done at the board, so we'll try and combine all of that, just as I'm sure your strategic plan will, combine all the different aspects and be able to leverage one off of the other.
Susan? Quick question on your overarching principles. On the first one, focus on what students need to succeed. Is teacher quality going to be included in this?
Teacher quality in here. Well, it's teacher preparation, but included in teacher preparation, quality is obviously a big part of that.
It's actually a separate target area.
Yeah, there is a target area on the teacher preparation. Connecting with students, making sure, and this is where the AVID program, the presentation you heard earlier today, connecting with the students, making sure that they're getting all the help that they need. Some of the students do not know how to study, so that's another thing. Active learning, that's one of the things that they talk about, engaging in active learning. As you heard, the AVID program, lips aren't working today. The AVID program gets the students involved. They ask critical, they don't just read, they do a critical reading, there's a huge difference in that. And streamlining the processes, as you've heard from other programs, institutions.
New word is lean.
Lean, not streamline. Okay, we're going to have a lean process. We've had institutions that went back, and when they were looking at students, they found out they had students that were not being allowed to enroll because they had library fines. Those are some of the processes that need to be I'm not sure the right word, leaned. I don't know. So those are some of the things that we're looking at, and as Linda said earlier and Ms. Mendoza said, that we will be refining this as your strategic planning process goes along. Are there any other questions?
Obviously, there's more material. Are there any questions?
I wanted to bring up kind of discussion about the question of teacher certifications and how we're going to count those. One of the things that was proposed is counting people who migrate to the state that already have teacher certifications, and I kind of wanted to bring that up for discussion. I personally think that would not serve us well in meeting our Closing the Gaps goals. I know it would get us closer, but at the same time, I feel like it inflates the numbers. I kind of feel like that would be the same thing as counting new engineering, holders who come to Texas and saying that we've increased the number of engineers in the state versus that our institutions of higher education produce those people. So I just kind of wanted to open that up for comment or discussion.
You want to make a comment, Susan?
The Commissioner.
Oh, Commissioner.
Well, I think I understand your point. We do want to take note of the fact that if we're able to import a lot of engineers, that helps meet our workforce needs. So we want to count those. I think probably a best way to address the issue I just raised and yours is to keep a tab on both numbers, tabulate both numbers, how many we import as well as how many we actually produce.
And we do that because we work very closely with the State Board for Educator Certification. The coordinating board doesn't certify the teachers, SPEC does, and they actually provide us information of those students who go through not only university-based programs, but the alternative certification programs and those that come. So we have all that information separated.
Okay.
So that we can do that.
Okay.
Yeah, we can do both.
All right.
Okay. Thank you, Heather. Are there other questions, Doctor?
I don't know. I'm concerned about, we do have a teacher shortage, and that's one of the issues. But also preparing our teachers, particularly in their course material, the material that they're teaching, particularly in areas of math and science. And I see a lot of high schools that are employing teachers that may be certified, but are not real strong in their disciplines. And it's very hard to teach something that you don't know very well. And I don't know whether that's something that we need to focus on and try to improve. We're not attracting the best and brightest people in their disciplines into education. For instance, if they've got a science background, they're more likely to go into private industry as opposed to teaching, when we desperately need them in our classroom teaching our kids, the best and brightest teachers. And so we tend to oftentimes not get the best of the best. Not always, but oftentimes not the best of the best people teaching, even though they may be qualified. But when you look at their transcripts in terms of in their courses, particularly in the courses they're teaching, they themselves weren't oftentimes real strong students in their disciplines themselves. So you'd like the A and B. The teacher teaching chemistry, you'd like the A teacher or the one that made B's and not necessarily C's. But do we have any way of addressing that? Not only improving the numbers of teachers, but the quality of teachers in terms of knowing their teaching fields.
I believe there are some programs, one of them, and I'm not sure it's even mentioned in here, it may be in the research. The Advanced Research Program has some money set aside that allows for high school teachers to actually work during the summer months, work with researchers in different areas. And so that is one way that can be helped. But there are developmental, staff development programs.
If I might also add, before Dr. Gardner chimes in, because he's been interactively very involved with us in the college readiness career standards development, Under the educator quality component, there's an effort that has been in place for the past year in working with university faculty and now community college faculty in terms of understanding the standards and the impact that it's going to have with students coming through that pipeline. In addition to that, we have worked with the College of the Education faculty to begin to prepare and retool them to include this in their teaching in the preparation of pre-service teachers. Now, looking at the K-12 arena, that now extends down into the professional development of those teachers who are now going to be teaching in a different curriculum than what they had been trained to do, with the inclusion of those standards. So you're going to be having professional development not only coming through that university angle, but also coming into the professional arena in the actual K-12 environment. So those are the efforts that are currently in place to address the very concern you've raised. And I'm going to turn it over now to Dr. Gardner also.
Okay, well, I don't have to address that part now. I'd like to just make one additional point in terms of what you're considering right now. This is an accelerated plan. And part of what the staff was asked to do specifically here is how can we jumpstart the current process within right now to achieve our goals within 5 years. And so some of those require different things. This is why, you can be assisted by bringing in teachers, say in mathematics from other locations, but you still want to produce more math teachers. So how do you do something right now in the schools? But it doesn't mean that we don't have to address the longer term issues. One thing that has been talked about in numerous arenas is how one can use technology to get some of the instruction at a more technical area. Some of our work with dual credit that we are not talking about today in terms of perhaps standardizing some of those courses can actually help to increase the ability of current teachers in high school. So there are a number of things that have to be done, but I just wanted to emphasize there's some things, if we want to make it happen right now, we'll take different action, but we have these long-term things that may take several years to implement, but we have to start those simultaneously, but they won't have the immediate impact.
I think that's the main point, is that we do these in parallel.
Exactly, and I agree with that.
Okay. Any other questions? I might turn your attention to the last slide of the packet that talked about the process and how they came upon some of these ideas. And just reflect again that we will be further refining this accelerated plan and folding it in from our strategic planning session. So more to come on this. These are just high-level topics and a starting point. Right? Any other questions for Susan? Please.
I have a quick question for you, Elaine. I'll stop the play here. No, I guess
talking to me.
It's for everybody, I guess. If we have an idea about something that we want to talk about in our strategic planning, but it'd all go faster if we provided some information, is there somebody we should send it to? So, like, I might want to send something for everybody to read so we don't have to spend 15 minutes on it at the planning retreat, but I might want it to be in everybody's head. How should we do that so we don't
should send
break
it to
any rules?
Linda Battles.
Send to Linda, okay.
And we have
be the project manager throughout the...
Okay, good.
And we have that template of the outline based on our workshop.
Yes, I know, I remember that.
Okay,
So time has passed, more stuff is happening.
Oh, you go. Okay, great. All right, that was easy. I'm always afraid when Dr. Phillips says, I've got a question for you. Yeah.
I didn't.
Okay, agenda item 8C is report on mechanical engineering statewide articulated transfer curriculum, which is very exciting, and again, hopefully will serve as a template for other things we can do. So please welcome Dr. James Nelson, Dean of Engineering and Computer Science, and Brazel, Professor of Engineering at the University of Texas at Tyler, and he's going to provide us with a brief report. Dr. Nelson, welcome.
Thank you, ma'am. I'd like to just kind of bring you up to date as to where we sit and what's been going on, but I've got to warn you that talking about what we've done with this is kind of like talking about our children and grandchildren, so this is going to go on for a while, get real comfortable, because it is exciting. This is one of the things I think through this voluntary mechanical engineering articulation agreement, I think we've made some significant strides forward in making more lean the transfer process coming from the 2-year to the 4-year institutions. Did I get that in right, sir?
Exactly. Actually, this is a good example of something that is much like a continuous improvement.
That's exactly right.
There were really, I think, 2 very significant outcomes that came out of the work of that committee. The first is the identification of courses that are on the critical path. Now, within engineering education, there's about a 6-semester prerequisite chain. It starts with Calculus 1, moves into Physics 1, Physics 2, then gets on into the engineering courses. If a student does not get started on that path in a timely manner, graduation is delayed. What we've seen very often is through lack of knowledge or any number of other reasons that a student will go to the community college, get most of the core curriculum out of the way, perhaps start calculus. They'll then come and transfer to us at the baccalaureate institutions, and they've got sometimes as many as 7 additional semesters because of the prerequisite chain before they can get a degree, and they've already spent 4 semesters or so at the community college. So we identified the critical courses that are really forming the prerequisite path. That's what's shown on the slide that's on the screen right now. The other key to this, in looking at streamlining the process, was whatever courses are on that critical path, the community colleges need to be able to teach those courses. So it's really identifying these 2 components was very, very key to moving forward. It was at this point then that the work of the committee started to bog down, because what we just did was a vertical alignment. We bogged down because there was really no consistency throughout the state of how the courses were taught and the expected outcomes of the students. And this is to a great extent where the schism, if you will, between the 2-year and the 4-year institution starts to form. In fact, through these discussions many times, I turned to the person sitting next to me and said, what course are we talking about? And his response typically was, I don't know. We would be talking about the same course, but because of what we have in our content is different. So to move past this, and this is very much of a stumbling block, to move past this, we formed 3 subcommittees that began to look across all submitted syllabi, what are the common content through the course description of all of these courses, and what are the common student learning outcomes from these courses. From this analysis, for 17 critical courses that are on that path, we've now got put forward a common course description, which includes the content of that course, as well as defined student learning outcomes. So now when a student moves from one community college to another, or migrates to the 4-year institution, or even moves between 4-year institutions, the receiving institution in all cases has an understanding of what it is that student knows and where they fit into the process. This then led to really the 3rd significant outcome, is we've now got a coherent alternate pathway for students who are pursuing a degree in mechanical engineering. Okay, that pathway is one that starts at the community college, which is very accessible to the students in the rural communities. For, given the economic situation we have in the state right now, it provides a more economical pathway to obtaining a degree. Through the work, and this is the part that I think is extremely exciting, I think shows where the collaboration among the 24 or so institutions that participated came together, is a student going down this alternate pathway is almost identical in total credit hours to a student that would start native at an institution. When I say almost identical, I'm talking no more than 3 additional credit hours the way things piece together from the data that we've looked at now. So truly we've put together a 2+2 program. The expectation is the students will be spending 2 years at the community colleges, would then come to the baccalaureate institution, and in another 2 years would finish. And within that, there really are no nasty 42, 50 credit hour semesters. That, what the students expected to do at the baccalaureate side and finishing up is really the same academic load that a native student would have. The articulation agreement had a kickoff in Arlington about this time last week. In fact, we were all converging in Arlington last week for the reception before that, where it was in conjunction with the engineering deans meeting, which was a wonderful forum for support. J.P. Mosen, the national president of the American Society for Engineering Education, was a keynote speaker at the breakfast the following morning. And as luck would have it, David Gergen was speaking on campus that night, and we were all able to go and attend the David Gergen presentation. But the latest statistics that I've got are that of the community colleges that were serving on the committee, all of them have signed or have promised to sign the agreement. Of the 17 universities that were on the committee, 14 have already signed the articulation agreement. 3 others are in discussions right now, and we'll just have to see where those discussions end up coming. But I think we're sitting in extremely good shape on this, and I really believe with the work that's been done, we can move forward to other degree programs in the state with time, and I think make the same kind of progress. That's a kind of a thumbnail update, ma'am. I'd be very happy to entertain questions.
Thank you, Dr. Nelson, for your leadership on this. Are there questions from the board?
Well, I have a comment. First of all, Dean Nelson, I want to thank you for your leadership on this issue. As you could tell, he was very enthusiastic about this, did a wonderful job, and this is in addition to his regular job as a faculty member and as the dean. So we appreciate your efforts and those of others that served on this project. This is a wonderful project in a number of ways. First of all, it's focused on student success. The whole intent of this exercise was to find ways to help students become successful. Secondly, it focuses on cost efficiency. We want to reduce dramatically the number of hours or course credits that students lose when they transfer from a community college to a university. So that's critical to what our priorities are. And then third, we've taken a very significant step forward in measuring learning outcomes, determining what it is exactly students need to know when they complete a program of study. And as Dean Nelson said, we can apply the lessons learned in this particular exercise to disciplines, not only in the sciences, not only engineering disciplines, but across the board. This activity has given us momentum, and its related activities are part of a proposal which we're submitting to the Lumina Foundation for $1.8 million to expand facility and transfer across a variety of fields. But the excellent work that was done on this project was laid the ground for our ongoing work on this issue. So once again, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Are there others?
I'm just interested in terms of that this is a lot of work. I mean, it's obvious that y'all have, and you particularly have put your heart and soul into this project. How much time did it take? I mean, in terms of when you began this initiative and then to where you're actually at now. I mean, I'm just interested in
I'm not sure I want my boss to know how much time we put into it.
Well, the reason I'm asking this is it gives me some idea of what kind of resources and time and effort and energy. We're not going to find as many people like you that are willing to really go above and beyond the call of duty to address a project like, or to take on a project like this. And if we're going to extrapolate this project into other disciplines, to me it'd be interesting to know just how much time are we looking at possibly, or resources that are needed to make this extrapolation.
For this particular project, the voluntary mechanical agreement, we started really talking about what needed to get done, statewide. In about February, the committee was formed. Around that point, and if I remember correctly, we met about the middle of March was the first meeting of the committee to hear what everybody had to say. And then we got down and began to work in earnest after that, with the final product coming out about the 3rd or 4th of September. Now within that, there was a lot of offline work that was done. I know part of the horizontal alignment, we hosted one piece of that up in Tyler. There was another piece that was hosted over in Arlington to make that happen. Many of the pieces that we've accomplished on this are directly applicable to the other degree programs, because the first 2 years of a typical engineering program looks very similar. The students are going to get physics, chemistry, perhaps another science, the 4 courses in the calculus sequence, and then the introductory engineering courses, the statics, dynamics, and potentially circuits. So a fair number of the pieces are already done. I think, in my opinion, going to the next piece, if we get the same representation of the schools that are involved and get the review done. And that's a critical piece. A committee can only do so much. It's when it goes back out to the schools to get the prompt feedback, and anything that everybody can do to encourage that will be beneficial. But I think we can begin to look at some of these others in parallel. It's not going to be a serial process as we come down through. So if we can get the Lumina funding coming in with all the pieces that roll into there, maybe a little Tiggerish here, but I think probably in somewhere between 12 to 18 or 24 months, I think we can really get to the same point throughout with the other engineering degree programs.
I'd just like to even emphasize even more what a wonderful job they did, and that in the spirit of the lean this morning, typically this process is done by one institution working with another institution, creating an articulation agreement. With the institutions that have signed on thus far, it's the equivalent of 238 articulation agreements that these institutions have managed to get, and there will be more by the time they're done, because we have I think many more community colleges that are going to sign on. So this has been just it's been a lot of work for these guys, but they've done it in a remarkably short period of time.
Just emphasizing what you just said a little bit. I just did a quick calculation, and somebody said, what have we really gained? And I did a calculation the way we previously had done the articulation. If every community college and every four-year institution that would sign on, we would have a total of over 1,700, between 1,700 and 1,800 independent articulation agreements, and they would be point to point. What we've done now through this process, if everybody signs on, we've got just under 100 total pieces of paper that have been signed. That's about as lean as it comes.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty bold when you talk about gaining consensus on 17 courses.
Yeah.
That's just mind-boggling. Are there... Yes, yes.
Dr. Nelson, I just have to tell you this brief story. I was with a group of academics recently, and I admit they were sort of fossilized academics, but and I was telling them about this, and they said, well, what about that? I said, they thought about that. What about that? They thought about that. They said, well, that's a pretty good idea. I said, no, it's not an idea. They've already agreed to do it, and they said, you are kidding. They were stunned. I mean, this is a stunning accomplishment. Thanks for all your work.
Thank you. It's been a fun trip.
Again, this is going to be a template that we can use to carry it forward, so thank you so much, Dr. Nelson, for all your work and the team's work, all your efforts. And it's surprising to know that Dr. Phillips hangs around fossilized academics. I just don't see it.
I was the young one.
All right, agenda item 8D, discussion of the quarterly update on college readiness initiatives. Dr. Judy Laredo, Assistant Commissioner of P16 Initiatives, will be presenting this to us. The information is contained within your book. So, Dr. Laredo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know that since I got here just the other day, the document before you has been a part of our quarterly report to you related to the activities that we do with P16. That is also connected to the state P16 plan. And so what we have tried to do each quarter is to bring you up to date on the objectives that have been funded and the work that is being done and the status of that work. So that is what you have before you.
Highlights that you want to share?
Well, I think the interesting thing is to let you know that one of the items, the demonstration project that you approved for educator quality, is active and going. Dr. Barnes and Araceli Ortiz, who head that project, were out at A&M this past week, visiting with them and with the school districts that they are working with. And that project is moving along very well, which is a redesign of how we deliver educator quality. And so I'm excited about that. In addition to that, last week we had the meeting with EPIC that is listed in your packet regarding the student assignments. And that meeting was just held here at the Renaissance Hotel. And that is moving along with the representatives from both disciplines, public ed and higher ed. Let me see what else. There's just so many things. The Math Science Teacher Academies are also moving along with a number of math science teachers that we will have added to the state, which will number at the end of this year, I think, 300 new certified individuals in that area. We are also in the process of trying to look for other universities in the area who will take on those math science teacher academies. I don't need to tell you how important this is, especially with the current position of our governor in terms of developing the pool of individuals in math science, especially even coming down at that public school level of students, engaging them in that process of wanting to learn that as well. Oh, yes. Since on page 25, we have listed the AVID project. I know you heard that this morning. We have been engaged in meetings with AVID. We've met twice. Our next meeting is on November the 19th. We are moving along with the development of that pilot, and we'll be engaging and looking further out into the state to the potential of 3 to 4 universities who want to engage in the AVID model now and move forth with that. I briefly mentioned to the commissioner at the back of the room after Mr. Nelson had made the presentation with his team that we have also connected this to our efforts in developmental education and have also connected it with our efforts in work study, so that we can create that support system and have a way to channel AVID students coming out of high school into post-secondary education into a way that they can continue to be involved, to be mentors. So we're really excited about that work. It's taken on a new flavor within our division, but it's moving, and you will have more updates as we move forth with that.
Great. There's a lot of stuff contained. Oh, Commissioner, please.
Well, I just wanted to call to your attention that we sent you a lead article that appeared in Education Week about a month ago that took special note of the efforts in Texas to prepare more students to be successful in college, and pointed out that the cooperation between higher education and public education in Texas to improve college readiness is unprecedented around the country. Last week, Evie Hyatt and I made a presentation at the College Board annual forum on our college readiness initiatives, and I think people were surprised and even a little bit stunned by how much progress Texas has made on these issues. So.
Wonderful.
I also wanted to mention, in relationship to what the Commissioner is saying, we have continued to work very closely with TEA, collaborating with them, especially with the implementation of House Bill 3 as it moves forward, Senate Bill 3 as well, the new accountability system. Evie has been extremely active in the meetings that are being conducted and starting out at TEA related to this initiative. So you will have much more information coming down the road as she moves forth with that, with then, of course, assessment, everything that's really coming through. So
very good. Just for our new board members, this emanates from the college readiness initiatives that were passed under HB 1 back in the 79th legislature. And special session, thank you. And so this plan evolves from that, and we are going to work on a way to bubble it up to make sure that we have a high-level policy governance view as to all the stuff that's happening, because there's a lot going on and moving forward. But hopefully it's in the vein of working with our supply chain, to continue our analogy. We're working with our supply chain to make sure that we're all in sync and moving towards student success. Okay, are there any other questions for Dr. Laredo? Okay, moving on to Agenda Item 8, which is consideration of proposed rule changes. Specifically, Agenda Item 8E1 is consideration of adopting the committee's recommendation relating to new Chapter 4, Subchapter O, Sections 4.240 through 4.245 of Board Rules concerning the uniform recruitment and retention strategy. Judy is going to outline this for us, and so take it away.
You see the in the item we have provided you with all the supporting documentation and comments that we have received. We have been working very hard on this initiative over the last probably 6 months across the agency, including Dr. McGregor Stevenson's area and the Susan Brown and her area. As you are aware, before I even got here, you had concern that the Uniform Recruitment and Retention Plan was not a viable plan that was integrated across the agency and that was being taken seriously as a way for institutions to really sit and think about how they recruit and retain the students that they bring in. And so what we have done since I arrived and twice prior to that, plans were submitted to the coordinating board. And what we've done in this past year is connected those plans to a review process to obtain feedback from people or experts in the field who have worked successfully with recruitment and retention, and really looked at the document itself to determine which was the best way to make this a usable document, because it is legislatively mandated. So with that effort in mind, in addition to the rules and putting out a comment period for universities, institutions, technical programs, etc., the 101 plus programs that that must comply with this plan, we have revised the document so that it becomes a working plan and a way that we can connect it to the areas of the agency related to program approval, facilities, etc. And there is some comments that were returned to us based on the rule posting. We have addressed those comments and responded to them and are in the process. The plan will be due from the institutions by December the 15th. We will then go through the review process with the external reviewers. We are also then, after that process, we'll be coming back with a report to you, but are also then going to go back and revisit that document to make sure that it is a usable, breathing, living document that makes it not difficult for an institution to use, but makes it a tool that's their improvement tool. So we are listening to what they're saying. I'm excited about what's going to be coming back, because I've had dialogue with probably 10 institutions who are really looking at it as a way to help us, because the purpose is to close the gap. And in closing the gap, it doesn't mean just getting them in. As our commissioner has said, we've got to ensure that students going in are successful in coming out, whether it be a technical program that they choose or a 4-year degree route. So that's what we present to you, and we ask for your approval to accept.
Of course, the committee did review this and recommends approval. Just a comment, it did start off, this document, a few years ago, started off merely as a report that the institutions would submit. We really didn't follow up and make comments on it. It didn't have any teeth to it. It really was a bureaucratic fill in the blank kind of thing. So this is an evolutionary process, it sounds like. It hasn't stopped. And so I appreciate staff taking the leadership and listening and working with our institutions to make sure that it is a usable tool down the line. Are there any questions about this? Okay. Hearing none, may I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Dr. Phillips. Dr. Golden, do you have a comment?
No, I
Okay.
have a question.
You have a question about this?
No, I understand.
Okay, very good.
Thank you.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you very much. Items 8E2 and 3 have been moved to consent calendar. So we're going to move on to agenda item 8E4, which is consideration of adopting the Commissioner's recommendation relating to amendments to Chapter 5, Subchapter A, Section 5.5 of Board Rules concerning uniform admission policy. And, aren't you up? Please note that you have received supplemental material for this item today, which contains comments received after the board agenda materials went into print, and I believe that's at our place. Lynn Heckman, Director of College... Lynette? Sorry.
That's okay.
Okay, Heckman, Director of College Readiness, is here to present and answer any of our questions.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. We received just a few comments from some of our universities, excuse me, 3 universities, 1 university system, and 3 private high schools. I think in the previous iteration of these rules, we did a pretty good job of addressing the public school issues around House Bill 3826, and so we didn't receive any comments from them. With regard to the comments from the private high schools, there were basically the private high schools felt like they needed a little more time to address the issues and wanted us to postpone implementation. But we're not able to do that. We did make some changes based upon some minor comments from the universities, so we did make some changes, and some changes as a result of what TEA provided us with regard to how we refer to the high school transcript. So if you have particular questions about any of those comments, I'd be happy to address those.
Thank you, Lynette. Are there questions? This is an action item, so if there are no questions, appreciate a motion to adopt.
I so move, Madam Chair.
Second.
Dr. Phillips? Dr. Golden, second. Thank you very much. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you. Agenda item 8F is consideration of adopting the committee's recommendation to issue a request for application regarding the Adult Basic Education Community College Grants fiscal year 2010. The Closing the Gaps Committee approved this item on September 22nd, and Tamara Clunas is Director of Developmental Education and will present this item to us.
Thank you,
Welcome.
Madam Chair. How are you? Thank you. I'm going to discuss with you briefly the request that you have that's before you relates to Rider 56 from Senate Bill 1 that appropriated $10 million to the coordinating board to offer competitive grants to community colleges in the area of adult basic education. So this request is related to that legislative requirement and to award those funds. We will be using these funds to focus on extension of services. We have many community colleges that are funded through federal and state matching funds for adult education currently that have waiting lists that runs in the thousands, particularly for English language learners. We also plan to use our competition to address the transition issue and workforce development and skills development for people to help them to get jobs in quick post-secondary certificate and training programs. So that's just the basic gist of this item, and if you have any questions, I'm available.
Thank you, Tamara. Obviously, the adult population can help us to closing the gaps as well. That's sometimes not as top of mind as the traditional student, if you will. So this is exciting. Are there any questions or comments?
Are these competitive grants that may be made available to all community colleges on an equal basis, and how are they, if they are familiar, do they know this is available?
Yes, I'm receiving calls right now. I'm very eagerly awaiting the release of this funds for this competition. The rider, only community colleges are eligible to apply, and they're able to compete equally. Currently, we have 25 of our districts that are funded through federal and state matching for adult basic education. We anticipate that the competition is going to be very competitive for the funds. So we're not going to, allow institutions that are currently funded through TEA funds to have a greater chance of getting it. It's going to be an equal competition because TEA also has funds. They receive $10 million as well. So we're just making it an open competition. So it's possible that the current grantees that have federal and state dollars may get more by competing for our money, or we may be funding new districts altogether, depending on the competition.
And this is going to be awarded through our agency, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now how are the selection criteria going to be established in terms of deciding which one? And I know that these questions should have been addressed in committee, but I'd like to ask them if you don't mind.
Please.
I mean, can you tell me how you're going to go about establishing the criteria and making these choices and making these awards?
Well,
you've got up to $10 million to give.
Mm-hmm. Are you asking how the funds are going to be appropriated as far as...
I just want to make sure that it's done. I know it will be, but I want to understand how it will be. I'm sure that we'll establish some committee perhaps, or some type of, and I want to make sure it's done in such a way where each community college feels like they're given an equal opportunity to apply, and also that they've been given a fair shake.
It's the evaluation review
He's
process.
asking specifically about the evaluation process.
And the review process for when they come in.
Right.
I'm asking.
Well, we have external reviewers that we're bringing in
Good.
to...
That answers all.
Okay.
That's all I need. You're doing it right.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Golden. Are there any, yes, Dr. Phillips?
I have a question. I'm not sure that I know how to ask it really, but do we anticipate that a lot of these, or will we give preference to programs that we think will fit in the time frame to increase our Closing the Gaps number? Is that the whole idea, or?
Right, because we are trying to build on the work that we're doing for Rider 45, which is alignment with post-secondary, the expectation is that these programs will target students to enroll in post-secondary, which will be one of the outcomes, but it's not just going to be towards an associate's degree, it's going to be for those certificate programs, the quick careers that our community colleges specialize in. So we will be able to, our goal and the performance measures that are in the RFA are going to specifically require that any of our the grantees from these resources will have to be able to show how they're going to get students to enroll in post-secondary. That's one of the required performance measures.
So this really is sort of part of our accelerated plan.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes.
Got it. Thank you.
It's a short-term strategy for
Yes.
quick turn. Okay. Are there any other questions? Any other comments? This is an action item. Appreciate a motion to approve.
So moved.
Thank you, Dr. Phillips. Second.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Heldenfeld.
If I might add, I just wanted to say, to let you all know that Tamara has not let any grass grow under her feet. She has been absolutely not only across this state, but nationally. I was just with her at a meeting last week, and it's quite evident that the field has regard for the work that is being done out of the coordinating board under her leadership, and are definitely coming to the table, and that I think that's really important.
Thank you.
Here. And if I recall our last committee meeting, you were really under the weather, and so we appreciate the diligence and the great work. We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. And, Mr. Chairman, that concludes the items for presentation and discussion by the Committee on Closing the Gaps.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The next agenda item is Roman numeral 9. Chairperson Pavich.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The first agenda item, 9A, is committee... Oh, can you hear me? Sorry about that. Is that better? Is a committee chair's overview. The Committee on Agency Operations met yesterday afternoon. We had 2 PowerPoint presentations from 2 marketing communications agencies. The 2 agencies are Milkshake Media and AMS Pictures. Also in the Deputy Commissioner's report, Dr. Alonzo provided an update on the quarterly financial report. The AOC considered and approved 10 staff recommendations. Of the 10 items approved by the AOC, 2 of those items are on today's consent calendar. So moving on to agenda item 9B. This is consideration of adopting the committee's recommendation amending the fiscal year 2010 operating budget to incorporate the American Recovery and Reinvestment Act funds, hereby referred to as ARA. I will remind the members that at the July board meeting, the board did adopt the operating budget for the fiscal year 2010. Subsequent to that, on August 28, 2009, the coordinating board was designated by the governor's office as the prime recipient to manage the state fiscal stabilization funds, government services fund under the ARA. Therefore, as a result, we do have to amend the fiscal year 2010 operating budget to include these funds that are listed on the blue page. Dr. Alonzo is here to answer any questions. Are there any questions?
Anything changed since yesterday?
Not since yesterday. Not that I know of.
The day's not over yet.
But I haven't checked my emails yet, so.
There being none, may I have a motion?
So moved, Madam Chairman.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries. Next item, agenda item 9C is on the consent calendar. Moving on, agenda item 9D is also on the consent calendar. Move on to agenda item 9E. This is consideration of adopting the committee's recommendation relating to the amendment of the contract for audits of agencies' loan program and agency-wide financial statements for the fiscal year ended August 31st, 2009 by KPMG LLP. Are there any questions for Dr. Alonzo? There being none, may I?
Is this item 9E you're referring to?
This is 9E.
All right, thank you. I have no questions.
And, yeah, and that is the amendment for. Okay, may I have a motion?
So moved. Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Somebody. Wait, that was a motion by Dr. Golden, a second by Dr. Phillips. So
If the day wears on, these motions and seconds are coming real quick.
Motion carries. Next item on the agenda is item 9F, consideration of adopting the committee's recommendation to approve an interagency contract between the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board and the Office of the Attorney General for the litigation and collection of delinquent student loans for the 2010-2011 biennium. These transfers are on the blue page on the agenda. Are there any questions on this item? Being none, may I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries. Mr. Chairman, this concludes the Committee on Agency Operations section of the board. Thank you.
Madam Chair, you set a record. So, there being no further business, I would entertain a motion to adjourn at 2:38. Right, Dr. Golden? Second. Second. Ms. Mendoza, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed by the same sign. Thank you.
Way to go.